Members, please take your seat. Always good to see Hiram Ashanti, aka Will Mega. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of City Council, members of the public. Thank you for being here. This is the public hearing and public meeting of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 260199, 260200, 260201, 260202, 260203, 260204, 260205, 260206, 260208, 260209, and resolution numbers 260227 and 181014. Ms. Lawhead, will you please take attendance?
Councilmember Squilla, Councilmember Gautier, Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Young, Councilmember Driscoll, Councilmember Lozada, Councilmember Bass, Councilmember Phillips, Councilmember O'Neill, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember Harity, Councilmember Ahmed, Councilmember Landau, Councilmember Brooks, Councilmember O'Rourke, Council President Johnson.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Lawhead. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. Ms. Lawhead, will you please read the title of the bills and resolutions?
Bill number 260199, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2027. Bill number 260200, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal year 2027 capital budget. Bill number 260201, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2027 through 2032 inclusive. Bill number 260202, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-2400 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Hotel Room Rental Tax by providing for an additional excise tax on hotel room rentals, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260203, an ordinance amending Subcode A, the Philadelphia Administrative Code of Title IV of the Philadelphia Code, the Building, Construction, and Occupancy Code by adding and revising zoning board of adjustment fees and provisions regarding hearing scheduling, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260204, an ordinance amending Title III of the Philadelphia Code entitled Air Management Code to modify the amounts of license and permit fees under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260205, an ordinance amending Section 19-1806 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Authorization of Realty Use and Occupancy Tax to clarify the imposition of the tax on the use or occupancy of real estate with respect to cell towers, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260206, an ordinance amending Chapter 600 of the Philadelphia Code Asbestos by adding and revising provisions related to various fees, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260208, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1800 of the Philadelphia Code entitled School Tax Authorization to add a new Section 19-1808 entitled Authorization of Rideshare Use Tax to authorize the Board of the School District of Philadelphia to levy a tax upon the use by a passenger of a transportation network company for a prearranged ride that originates in Philadelphia, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 260209, an ordinance amending Title 19 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Finance, Taxes, and Collections to add a new chapter, 194800, entitled Retail Delivery Tax to establish a tax on orders for the delivery in Philadelphia of retail consumer and other tangible goods, all under certain terms and conditions. Resolution number 260227, providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2027 through 2031 and incorporating revisions with respect to fiscal year 2026, which is to be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to an intergovernmental cooperation agreement by and between the City and the Authority. Resolution number 181014, calling for the Council Committee of the Whole to convene public meetings and public hearings pursuant to the Educational Supplement of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to review the administration, management, operation, and finances of the school district and adopt plans to coordinate the activities of the Board of Education, the mayor, and the City Council for the improvement and benefit of public education in Philadelphia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lawhead. Today we hold the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal year 2027, a capital program and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal year 2027 through fiscal year 2032. Additionally, this meeting meets the requirement of the educational supplement of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to review the administration, management, operations, and finances of the School District of Philadelphia on a biannual basis. This morning, we will hear testimony from the School District of Philadelphia, and in the afternoon, we will have public testimony. I'd like to also acknowledge in our presence today, who will be joining us for this hearing, is State Representative Elizabeth Fielder. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Lawhead, will you please call the first person to testify?
Mayor Sherrell L. Parker.
The suspense. The chair also recognizes the presence of Councilman Dr. Anthony Phillips as well as Councilman Mark Squilla as present. As always, Madam Mayor, welcome home. And when you are ready, state your name for the record and please begin your testimony.
Since you said welcome home, Mr. President, can I introduce myself as Sherrell Parker, former intern in the City Council of Philadelphia and former member of the City Council of Philadelphia, who has the greatest admiration and respect for this legislative body. And I want to say thank you to you, Mr. President, along with Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, Majority Whip in Education, Committee Chairman Thomas, and all members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to speak about a topic that is critically important to me, and I know to all of you, the 198,000 students educated in our district and charter schools. Council members, I want to thank you and historically the City Council of Philadelphia, because with all due respect, Mr. President, this body has been the leader in funding public education in the city of Philadelphia, and the records stated. I want to, before I leave, if you will allow, Mr. President, to submit for the journal or for the stenographer comments that I made that are listed in the Pennsylvania Legislative Journal from 2013, when we first increased the sales tax enabling authority. And I want to submit this for the record as a part of my testimony, but it also encouraged me, Mr. President, to take a stroll through Philadelphia's history as it relates to our investment in public education, so that residents of the city of Philadelphia don't ever forget that it has been this legislative body in the city of Philadelphia proper that has been the foundation for funding the school district of Philadelphia. Quite frankly, when the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania didn't get it right, it was this body that laid the groundwork. And I went back. I just got off the phone, Mr. President, with Ambassador David Cohen. And because reading up all night, going through these notes, for those of you who have been around long enough, I went back to 1994. I was a senior at Lincoln University, hoping that my mentors would show up for my graduation, but I knew that they were in deep conversations and negotiations about something called the liquor by the drink tax. And I asked Ambassador David Cohen, I said, do you remember the struggle with the liquor by the drink tax? And he says, I still have scars today from it. I remember industry coming in. I remember, I don't know how many people, and I was thinking about this, Philadelphia, it's important for me to just share. We used to have a newspaper called The Night Scene. And the night scene was in neighborhood base, bars and taverns and restaurants. It was a balance between the scoop and what we had with the Jimmy Tyune paper, but it was very well read. And the liquor by the drink tax was being socialized in communities across the city, and we were told that our institutions, our restaurants, and our bars, they would shut down, Mr. President, if we did not have access to that revenue. And guess what? This City Council of Philadelphia led and made sure that that liquor by the drink tax was passed. I wanted to get that part on the record because later on in the testimony, that's the first sort of point of reference of when the city of Philadelphia stepped up to generate revenue for the school district of Philadelphia. And I'm gonna go through 2013 and 2014 in my testimony so that we can measure up our contributions to public education that were raised solely here on the backs of Philadelphians by the work that this legislative body and the executive branch would do during those years before the courts ruled in our favor. It's with that in mind, Mr. President, that I want to again thank you and council for always standing up for public education and our students. And quite frankly, I don't expect anything to be any different this year because we have always done it. It's always been tough. It's always been a great deal of communication, but we've had talks in behind closed doors in public forums like this. But whenever the moment called, this legislative body and the executive branch, we have always risen to the occasion. It's with that in mind, Mr. President, that I want to acknowledge Board President Reginald Streeter, Vice President Sarah Ashley Andrews, and all members of the Board of Education. I want to wholeheartedly thank each of them for their dedicated service to Philadelphia students and for their stewardship of our district. Also preparing last night, I Googled Bucks checked, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco. And I'm going through our 4 counties. And I know there's been some discussion about whether or not the city of Philadelphia should have an elected school board or an appointed school board. And for the record, I have always not been in support of an elected school board with taxing authority, because I have always ruled that as a sacred tool and power of this legislative body, and wholeheartedly still do not believe that we ever need to defer taxing authority, that important tool, to any other entity, especially when it comes to education in the city of Philadelphia, because of our history. I also want to thank, Mr. President, Dr. Tony Watlington and his amazing leadership team. I just read somewhere recently that one of the members of your leadership team, if you're here, Doc, has recently been poached to become the new leader of the Baltimore school district, because they were so impressed, Mr. President, with the work that had been done here in the city of Philadelphia. So I want to thank you, Dr. Watlington. You came here and set an ambitious goal. And I want to get it right, because I get right, safe, clean, and green with economic opportunity for all, but I always screw this part up. I want to get it right. When you came here, you set an ambitious goal to make Philadelphia the fastest improving large urban district in the country. That was Dr. Watlington's mantra in everything about his work as our school superintendent. Mr. President has affirmed that we're working to get that done. Finally, I want to acknowledge the members of our extended community, the education community, who are advocating every day, Mr. President, to ensure that our students have what they need to learn and grow. So when I looked at Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco, and the amount of times that they have raised revenue, taxes, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco, the amount of times that they have raised taxes from 2020 up until now, solely dedicated to their public school systems. And you know they have multiple districts in those counties. But when we took a look at that, I thought to myself how grateful we are to have an education community at large that is also advocating for our school district so that our students can have what they need to learn and grow. And that would be Art Steinberg from the PFT, Dr. Robin Cooper from CASA, Nicole Hunt from Unite Here, Bernadette Ambrose Smith of the school police, all of the principals, the teachers, all of our advocacy partners, and the parents and community members who care about Philadelphia schools. I am incredibly proud, Mr. President, of the progress that our Philadelphia school district, I'm proud of the progress that it is making under this leadership. Why? Student attendance, test scores, and graduation rates are increasing, while dropout rates are decreasing. We're doing something right, Mr. President. Our extended day, extended year program, it's delivering real results for Philadelphia families, a true path to economic mobility. How do we know? Because 97% of parents report that they are satisfied with before and after school programming that reflects real trust. Now, just as important is that 95% say that this free programming allows them, the parents and caregivers, to focus on work. And 92% say that is ultimately helping them save money. Extended day, extended year programming, it helps students build strong connections to their schools. This year, students who attended extended day, extended year programs, just 1 day a week, this is just 1 day a week, Mr. President, they had a 78% attendance rate. And those who came 4 days a week, They had an attendance rate of 82%. That's higher than the district average for all elementary schools. We are moving in the right direction and making progress, Mr. President. And let me say one more thing about this program, because I know there was some were skeptical about the thought and the idea of these extended day, extended year programs at first. And when you're doing something new and different, I understand that. But what I said when we first started, it remains true. And that's why I stayed stuck last night on Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco. Our children deserve the same kinds of educational enrichment programs that kids in the suburbs get. That's a path to self-sufficiency, and I'm unapologetic about it. They're not better standardized test takers than we are. They're not smarter than our kids. But when you build in all of the assistance they get outside of the traditional school day, not just what they do during the day, but when you build in all of the academic enrichment, you say, well, wow, when I see your Regents making that kind of investment in you, we now know why. That investment is clearly connected to student performance. Why is this important? I want you to know that strengthening academic proficiency and performance is the foundation of it all. There's a school board member, and she will beat you over the head with it if you don't listen to her. Cheryl Harper, I've known her for a very long time. She and all of the members of the board. I mean, you know, arts and culture and music, those things are extremely important, but if academic performance is not improving, nothing else matters. Why are we strengthening academics? Because it's essential, and I want you to listen to these pilot programs that are in 10 schools. 10 schools, Chairman Thomas. Joyful Readers. I had never heard of Joyful Readers. And then, Mr. President, Kumon. Kumon, Mr. President. Now, for those of you who are smiling and you know Kumon, I want you to know I'm late to the party. I didn't find out about Kumon until last year or the year before, because personally, I needed access to the resource for my own child. He needed some additional support. Until I got in there for the interview, and they said, well, we're going to introduce you to some parents who have been a part of Kumon for many years so you can understand what it's like. And they had about 3 or 4 parents. I said, well, how long have you been here? Well, my child started at 4. My child started at 5, and I said, I'm way behind. I'm behind. I'm behind here. I should have had him enrolled in this kind of program much earlier, but Mr. President, I never knew it existed until I saw it on Germantown Avenue. But guess what, Mr. President? And yes, it's in Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco, and so many other places, but guess where it is now, Mr. President? It's in the school district of Philadelphia, and our children get access to Kumon, and their parents don't have to pay for it. Important. Another one I didn't know about, and many of you may be familiar with this one. Springboard Academy. Springboard Collaborative. I had never heard of the Springboard Collaborative before. Now it is actually in our school district of Philadelphia. We're also expanding enrichment. This is important. You shouldn't be confined to what is occurring in your zip code. So what else are they doing aside from those pilot programs strengthening academics? Field trips. They've been, Mr. President, to the Marian Anderson Museum. They know who she is, and they've been able to feel her and experience it. They've been to the Arden Theater. You'd be surprised how many of our children have not had access to the opportunity to participate in a live viewing of theater. They've been there, a partnership with Arden and the Spirit of Philadelphia. I don't care how old I get, it's always going to be a super big deal to me. I remember the first time I went on the Spirit of Philadelphia. It is a tradition that is continuing now. And, Mr. President, through the One Philly Produce Project, and we learned how important this was. during the SNAP crisis that occurred. A lot of discussion here about geometric if-thens, right? About if this happens, are we going to be prepared? Well, Mr. President, I am so proud that when that crisis with SNAP occurred as a result of those federal actions, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania attempted to respond and did the best it could, our One Philly Produce Project, we have distributed, Mr. President, 38,000 pounds of food to families, because supportive learning, it means supporting the whole child. Our investments in public education, and that's supporting families and children. So I'm proud of that. I am also pleased, Mr. President, that my administration, the school district, and the board, and this council, we are aligned. We are all aligned. Please don't allow people to do this divide and conquer strategy. It's great, Mr. President, when somebody's trying to get some clicks and get some likes and some views, but you can't say that my administration, this school district, this school board, and this city council are not aligned in our commitment to public education and student success. I don't care who's selling it. I'm not buying it. We are united. People just don't want us to get together and figure it out, because they benefit when there's chaos and confusion. Mr. President, Chairman Thomas, we've done some good work, Mr. Chairman, but we cannot rest. We are facing headwinds that threaten the progress. It threatens to stop that progress from moving forward. And that's just not my opinion. The data affirms what I just shared. And in essence, this reminds me of approximately 12 years ago, and this is what kept me up, all night, when the school district of Philadelphia was facing a financial crisis. And this is when I said, wait a minute, I need to go back and get a history of when we've generated additional revenue. I'm not talking about what comes to us through the Commonwealth's formula or dollars coming from the Commonwealth. I'm talking about dollars that are solely generated here in the city of Philadelphia, our local share, just like Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco raised taxes to support their local school district. What have we as the city of Philadelphia done? And when I started thinking about 12 years ago and that crisis, listen, it was due to circumstances once again beyond its control. It was the loss of both state funding and federal funding. And here we are, back to the future, right back at the same place. We all have been asking the question, how is the city of Philadelphia going to be prepared when we get hit by the federal government? We've been hit. We've been hit by the federal government. As soon as that $300 million in ARPA funding expired, that was the hit. We've got to respond. I've heard that from members of this body. You've asked over and over and over again, what are we going to do if the federal government does this? What are we going to do if the federal government does that? Guess what? They've already acted, and guess what it's done, Mr. President? It's created a $300 million structural deficit in the school district of Philadelphia. To the viewing public, I want you to know, none of this has anything to do with mismanagement of funds. The school district of Philadelphia has crossed its financial T's and dotted its I's. They've made central office cuts. We are here today because that federal government stopped $300 million in revenue that our school district received in order for it to function. And now we have to figure out a way to continue. So don't let anybody say, this is not the council's fault. This is not the school board's fault. This is not Dr. Watlington's fault. We are trying to fix what the federal government has, in essence, how it has impacted our school district, because that $300 million in ARPA funding is gone. And that's why we're here right now. And so let me affirm that when we were going through this crisis, and it's eerie. The numbers are really basically the same. That's why I want my notes on the floor, from the floor of the House, to be submitted as testimony, because it's almost the same exact message. I was chairing the Philadelphia delegation at that time, Mr. President, and then Council President Darrell Clarke was here, and you will remember we were fighting for the sales tax, and then we were fighting for the cigarette tax. I see the presser outside in the Capitol, where we had to ask R's and D's. I see Chairman Harris and Mayor Nutter, Leader Dermody standing right there with us, and we were angry, Mr. President, because it was July. Bill Gray had passed away. Congressman Bill Gray. It's like the 1st of July. Everybody was standing up on the floor of the House giving speeches in honor of Congressman Gray. And I remember getting ready. We all have conversations about partisan politics. This was pre-MAGA. This was when MAGA was being born. In its infancy, it was called the Tea Party. And we had to figure out how to get to yes with that constituency. And we couldn't get it all at once. So this is what they gave us. Remember, the sales tax was expiring, and we needed additional revenue. We said, give us the sales tax, and we will use the first $120 million of those dollars to fund the school district of Philadelphia. We were very fortunate. We also negotiated during that time, and it was a bit of a civil war internally for those who are here who were a part of it. You will remember anything over $120 million, we negotiated, and Leader Turzai, who was not the speaker, Sam Smith was the speaker during that time. I negotiated with Leader Turzai in our chamber to have everything over $120 million directed to our unfunded liability in our municipal pension fund. Then Council President Darrell Clarke and I, we rumbled back to back. Again, Mr. President, civil war, because you know there were some people who didn't support it at that time. But we were able to get it done. That was 120. We couldn't get the cigarette tax. We got the cigarette tax the following year in 14. $83 million. So I want you to begin to count that up. It was, I want you to, one, note liquor by the drink. That was 1994. First tax that I can remember, like in my lifetime, specifically generated here in the city of Philadelphia and directed to public education. In 2013, well, we actually got two. We had a tax fairness package, and we asked for the ability to lien properties of owners who were delinquent in paying property taxes here in the city of Philadelphia, and it was projected to generate $28 million. It was a drop in the bucket for what we needed overall, and that's when we were able to get the $120 million in sales tax revenue. The following year, it was $83 million from the cigarette tax. Why do I affirm that for the record? When you go, and don't listen to me, right now, what I don't know what we do, you Google Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco, and taxes raised for education, public education in their respective districts, and you will see how many times those local jurisdictions have had to step up for public education, and they have done it time and time again. My ask today is that all of us get together and do what there are some people out there are hoping that we don't do. Guess what they're hoping that we don't do? They're hoping that we don't figure out a way to get it right. They're hoping that we don't figure out a way to get to yes for public education. I'm here on the day, Mr. President, to tell you I believe in your leadership, Mr. President. I value your leadership, Chairman Thomas, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, and all members of this body. And I know we can figure out a way to do it if we just stand together. Why is all of this important to get on the record? Because when we needed to stabilize the district with new recurring revenue, we stepped up. Guess what? It took 9 years. 9 years later for the Commonwealth Court to agree with the Education Law Center, the Public Interest Law Center. They had filed a lawsuit. When we passed, we did sales and we did cigarettes. After we did that revenue, they filed a lawsuit claiming that the state system of education funding was unconstitutional. After we had generated that revenue, yeah, we were happy we were able to do it. It wasn't all that we needed, but we knew it was wrong. And our 2 educational legal policy centers said, we have to stand up and we need to take this to court. It's fundamentally unconstitutional. 9 years later, Commonwealth Court agreed. The General Assembly told Philadelphia, after the court's ruling, that we were underfunded by $1.25 billion. The General Assembly acknowledged that. After all these years when we've been spinning our heads trying to raise this local revenue, and listen, remember this, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco, their property taxes are like mortgages, are like second mortgages in those areas. There's no way in the world we, little old city of Philadelphia, we can't afford to increase property taxes at the rates of those other jurisdictions. Our people just can't afford it. I wouldn't support it. You wouldn't support it. We wouldn't support it because it wouldn't be fair if we did it. We are dealing with an affordability challenge, and we didn't have the same tools in the toolbox that our regional partners had. Why is that important, Mr. President? Because right now, we've got a governor named Josh Shapiro who has led in the funding of public education throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. After the court's ruling, the Commonwealth's investment, it has been at a historic rate. I'm thinking about the Philadelphia delegation and Speaker McClinton and Appropriations Chairman Harris and our friend Leader Bradford from Montco. The funding that's been driven to the school district, along with that pot called the adequacy sort of pot of funding, they have been fighting to ensure that the Commonwealth is paying off the debt that is owed to Philadelphia students. And we are grateful to them for their advocacy. I'm thinking about Chairman Hughes and Leader Costa. I'm thinking about all of their work. But Mr. President, years of chronic underfunding, guess what? It's caught up with us, Mr. Chairman. It's not fuzzy math. I know some folks were questioning the math. It's not. $300 million is gone because the federal government no longer has $300 million on the table in revenue that it is generating and sending to the city of Philadelphia and our school district. We don't have that anymore. The chronic underfunding from the Commonwealth, they are working to pay off the debt owed to students. However, we are right now facing another critical tipping point. The school district and that $300 million structural deficit will result in 340 school-based cuts. Now, this is where I want to be clear. The cuts would have an enormous impact. 149 teachers, 23 counselors, 119 climate staff, plus other administrative and support staff. 206 schools would be impacted. Now, in schools across the city, from North Philadelphia to West Philadelphia to the Northeast, students will feel the loss of these trusted adults in their lives, and the impact will be felt in neighborhoods across the city. So what does it mean? And this is the part that scared me the most, and how we got here, and I'm going to walk through that too, how we get to $1 with what's being proposed. This is what scared me, and I want to put it on the record, so I'm being very transparent with all members of council. Larger class sizes, less academic and social supports for our students, and less stability in schools that have just started to make progress that we can actually measure. That was unacceptable to me, Mr. President, and I know it's equally unacceptable to all of the members of council. I want to go back here because I know the timeline about how we go from 20 cents to $1. If I'm here, I would question that too. You have a right to question. Came in here, talked to us, gave a budget address, talked about 20 cents, and then about a week later, we hear that the new figure is $1. You got a right to question that. Let me tell you how we get there. On March 12th, I submitted my proposed FY27 One Philly, One Future budget to City Council for its consideration. That evening, Mr. President, we first learned that the school district was planning to eliminate 340 school-based positions, jeopardizing our students' progress. And that was to deal with the $300 million structural deficit. Unacceptable to me, so I announced at a time that was right afterwards. Somebody had to say in this building, wait, you were just here giving your budget address and the amount was 20 cents. It was less than maybe a week or maybe a week and a half. That number went from 20 cents to $1. We got there with the $1 on ride shares originating in Philadelphia because one, when we did the math, we had to get to a number that was $50 million. I would only hope and dream that the amount could have been, Chairman Thomas, the $83 million that we got back in 2014 from the cigarette tax, or the $120 million we got from the sales tax. This didn't generate that much revenue, Mr. President. A $1 tax on ride shares originating in Philadelphia would only raise $48 million a year to help the school district step back from, listen to this number, 240 of those proposed 340. So that still wasn't enough. I listened to school union leaders and education advocates. And because I want to tell you about this process, because some have been asking, well, you know, I don't understand. And Mr. President, for us, I sat in this body, I worked in this body, I've been a part of this body. While we're going through the legislative process, we get additional information that informs our decision making on a daily basis. So for anyone to act as if getting additional information while you're going through the legislative process, that's a part of the way we make the sausage. We get additional information from stakeholders who are going to be impacted by the legislative action that we are proposing to take, and then we make adjustments where and when possible. And I want you to know that that is what we did here, Chairman Thomas. And so 200, eliminating or stepping back from 240 of those 340 school-based positions being eliminated, that wasn't enough. It was listening to our advocates and our labor leaders. Art Steinberg from the PFT, Robin Cooper from CASA, again, Unite Here, Donna Cooper from Children's First, Dan Acklesberg from the Public Interest Law Center. We had a round table, and I'm going to tell you what they told me at that table. You're just not listening. You just don't get it. We're talking about 340 school-based cuts. You're being able to do this and only take 240 of the 340 proposed school-based cuts off the table. Mayor, thanks, but it's not enough. What do we need to do in order to get there? We went back to the drawing board. Our finance director, Rob DeBoe, our budget director, Sabrina Maynard, working along with the finance department in the school district of Philadelphia, they huddled, and the direction was clear. I left a meeting with those advocates, and the goal has to be, if we generate this revenue, we have to make it matter, and it has to result in zero school-based cuts. So the math, somebody questioned the math. They told me my math wasn't mathing, because my math would have only addressed 240 of those school-based positions, and we needed to have zero impact. as it related to school-based cuts. I mean, folks have asked the question, so I wanted to be very transparent with you all so that you know how we got here. And I'm sharing with you everything that we have gone through in this process. Once we went back to the drawing board, we were able to come up with a plan so that there would be zero-based cuts. And they did that. You have to remember, we're talking about $50.4 million. Remember, Mr. President, I started by saying the number we were trying to get to was that $50 million. Well, we were able to get there, $50.4 million in annual recurring revenues, and we were able to accomplish after the school district, and we waited on pins and needles for the finance department, because you and I know it's just like when we're putting together the budget, Mr. President, we have thoughts and ideas about things we want to get done. You have members in this room who have things that they need to get done in their districts, and your budget team and our budget team, we get together and they get in a room and that spreadsheets and on computers, and they start trying to make the math matter. That's how we're able to respond to members of this body who have interests and desires and issues that they want to get addressed in their respective communities. Mr. President, what we did here is no different than what we do when we're getting to yes during our budget process here in the city. Why was that important to affirm? Because this week, my administration submitted formally those proposed amendments to establish the $1 rideshare tax. Now, this measure, combined with an adjustment to the use and occupancy tax on cell phone towers. And for most people, I haven't heard a lot of feedback about it all. Most people don't even pay attention to it unless you look up in the sky and you see all these contraptions, in certain areas. And, each of them usually represent a cell phone, a different cell phone carrier in the city. And when you add the two together, that is how we get to $50.4 million in recurring revenue for the school district of Philadelphia. Just a quick pin. Somebody said, Mr. President, why can't we just get a fast infusion, Chairman Thomas, a fast infusion of $300 million from somewhere to support the school district right now, and it'll make all of the woes go away. Now, there's several members of council who talk about that math's not mathing. Now, I say that math's not mathing. Mr. President, we have a regional transportation authority that's called SEPTA. And we just had to put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound with a quick one-time infusion of cash and no new recurring revenue source. If you're trying to systemically fix a seemingly intractable problem, you don't fix it with a one-time infusion of cash. Just like any business that you run, you have to have revenue projections about how you're going to pay the workforce. And I know we all care about that workforce. We want everybody, no matter what they do for the school district, we want them to earn a living wage, get health care and retirement security. So a one-time infusion of some quick cash, I know it's Mr. Chairman, a time is education. When you hear that, I can only imagine what you're thinking about, because in your mind you're saying, well, whomever is talking about a one-time infusion of cash, they ain't never had to balance a budget or make payroll, because if they did, the one-time infusion, that just buys you some breath for a little bit, but it doesn't solve the systemic crisis that we have that other school districts can count on, and that is recurring revenue. So if we don't, Mr. President and Chairman and members of council, approve these measures, we already know what will happen. And it's what scared the daylights out of me. Academic progress will be jeopardized. Larger class sizes, less support for students, and less stability in schools. There has been a great deal of discussion, and quite honestly, and I guess for the people of Philadelphia, this is more so to you, about the rideshare tax that I want to share with you, and I want to get this on the record. First, City of Philadelphia, rideshare taxes, they are common. 51 states and localities have passed rideshare taxes. You've heard it 1,000 times. I just have to get it on the record, Mr. President. Washington, D.C. has a rideshare tax. Chicago has one, and so does New York. Now, San Francisco, Philadelphia, I just want you to think about what's happening here. San Francisco, where Uber and Lyft are headquartered, has a rideshare tax. And guess what? Not just yesterday, Mr. President, where these billion-dollar tech companies are located in San Francisco, and I'm just talking about two, they have a local rideshare tax, and they've had it since 2020, 2026. They've had it where they originate, where they've decided to plant their roots and do business. They've paid a price, a local price to the local community where they are located to do business there. Somebody said, and I don't know, maybe I was at a meeting or something like that, and somebody said, yeah, well, we've heard you mention New York and Chicago, but, you're not talking about scale now. They're not, Philadelphia is much smaller than New York and Chicago. I said, well, okay, I'm sorry, like, does Baltimore matter? Like, Baltimore is close to us. Baltimore has a rideshare tax too. So if there is anyone in this city who is watching, who would believe that the city of Philadelphia would be an outlier on this issue, that would be wrong. Now, I can't stop anyone from saying it, but those are not the facts, and that's not the truth. In addition to that, Mr. President, and this one got me to my core. It was like I was triggered by this one. If you are concerned that this tax will rest on the shoulders of low-income families, let's look at the facts. For those of you who are members of this body, who were here in 2016, if you worked here or if you were a member here, that had to sound familiar to you. Because that was the same thing that we heard when we passed the soda tax. They said if you pass this tax, it is one, they said it was, Councilmember O'Rourke, they said the soda tax was a regressive tax because it would disproportionately impact black and brown and low-income communities. And I think that was my seat, or either where Councilmember Harity is. I can't remember which side now, but I remember being patient and listening, but frustrated because the whole time they're talking about this tax disproportionately impacting low-income black and brown communities. The only thing they're doing is talking about black and brown communities as consumers. Nobody thought about the fact that the stores that are selling the sodas, where the black and brown people go to buy, they didn't own them. Why are we just talking about this constituency as consumers, not as owners, and then not trying to figure out a way that they could benefit from the revenue being generated from the dollars that they are spending? Same issue today. So let me get the facts on the record. For those people who have said that this is a regressive tax, not according to Mayor Parker, but according to U.S. Census data on Philadelphia's travel patterns. U.S. Census data, you just say if you can't measure it, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Not me, the U.S. Census measured Philadelphia's travel patterns, and only 1% of Philadelphians earning under $50,000 use rideshare or taxi cab services to get to work on a daily basis. Now, I'm not going to sit here and affirm that some of us don't know an outlier or two. I don't know, somebody may have given an example about a resident who uses rideshare about 8 to 10 times in the day to go to work, to pick up, drop off, pick up, drop off. Listen, I don't know. I'm not a regular user of it, so I am not saying that that is not accurate. I'm not challenging that at all. If that is the pattern that someone has chosen to employ in their life to get to and fro, we are struggling in this city. People are trying to make ends meet, and they do whatever they can with what they have to make ends meet. So if that's the story, I'm not debating that story. What I am doing, Chairman Thomas, is just formally and officially getting on the record what the U.S. Census data says about Philadelphia's travel patterns. In addition to that, this is another one that bothered me. Somebody said, and I'm not a lawyer, Mr. President. I was just a little old certified secondary English teacher, misspelling stuff sometimes. I'm not a lawyer, but this is what I remember. This is what I remember. I remember that we won the lawsuit for the soda tax. I was up all night, and I want to go back to the basis of the lawsuit, because I'm not a lawyer, but I heard the question about the language and why the language is written exactly the way it's written in the text that we are proposing. Don't forget what was challenged. You, Councilmember Driscoll, and I, we know this argument. The first one is the Sterling Act of 1932. We had to debate and keep that Sterling Act alive every year. A Republican in the House, a Republican in the Senate was going to introduce legislation to eliminate the Sterling Act. Now, somebody in here is saying, well, this is pretty boring. She's talking about acts in 1932 and after the Depression. Guess why it's important? It is the enabling authority that gives the city of Philadelphia to collect the wage tax, both the resident and the non-resident wage tax. Without the Sterling Act, we can't do that. Now, somebody's going to say, that doesn't make much sense. And I thought about it, Mr. President, and I just wanted, for the record, for someone who's saying that the Sterling Act doesn't make much sense. When we look at the general fund revenue that we collect here in the city to run the city and the budget that we proposed, listen, Mr. President, $5.4 billion of the revenue that we use to run the city of Philadelphia, guess where it comes from? It's enabled, Chairman Thomas, through the Sterling Act. That's one. The second thing and reason or the explanation as to why the language has to be written that way, because if you remember the basis of the beverage tax lawsuit, the next thing is my favorite thing. Again, I hate to keep picking on Council Members Driscoll and you, President Johnson, but it's because when you had to be on the front line fighting all of this, you remember it. What do we have here that is definitely aligned in the sand with the language that we use in everything that we do and the revenue that we collect, that most other cities in the nation don't have to contend with? It's almost like it keeps us fiscally handcuffed. We have something called the uniformity clause. I'm not making it up. The city of Philadelphia doesn't have the authority, the power, even if we wanted to. And look, you're talking about what would make our jobs a whole lot easier if we did have the ability, like other cities do, to charge different tax rates for different classes of property. Man, I don't understand. Somebody's watching. What are you saying? Most cities, they charge one rate for industrial properties. They charge another rate for commercial properties. And then they charge another rate for residential properties. That would make what we do, I think, a whole lot simpler if we could just say we don't want to hurt our residents who are struggling with an affordability crisis. We just made historic efforts working together, no matter how difficult it was. Historic $2 billion plan to create and preserve 30,000 units of housing in the city of Philadelphia. And we did that together, but guess what? We don't have the power because of the uniformity clause. So for the super smart people who question why the language was written the way it was written, and that we affirmed in the legislation very specifically, I want you to know that the finance department, the budget department, under strict guidance from the law department, the reason why it's written that way is because we would have had to stop or been finished before we started, because we would have been in violation of the uniformity clause and or the Uniformity Act. So when you see the language, and you have a right to question it, because when you go outside, people are going to say, for the people who do, that's $1 on me. And you're accurate. It does specifically say $1 on the rider. But we would have been challenged in court, and thank God we had this precedent of the beverage tax lawsuit, and we know how we won. So no one could say that we were in violation of Sterling Act or we were in violation of uniformity clause because of the way we wrote the language, and it does say $1 tax in essence on the rider and the consumer. But I want you to view that as our technical way of being able to introduce the legislation and generate the revenue so that we know we don't get sued and that we can generate the revenue. But let me tell you what I know is a choice. We didn't have a choice in the language that we use in the way the amendment and the legislation is drafted. I just told you why. But let me tell you about who has a choice. Those multi-billion-dollar companies have a choice. We've got to write the legislation the way we have to write it so the city of Philadelphia doesn't get sued and we're not in violation of Sterling and or uniformity clause. But if those billion-dollar corporations who benefit from doing business in our city, this is the frustration about having been around. Mr. President, I left in January of 2016. For 2.5 years, we had debated TNCs, transportation networking companies. That's what we called them during that time. And our cab companies were rumbling heavily. It was a state representative named Rosita Youngblood who fought really, really hard. Black cabs, I think they were called Germantown Cab or Philly Cab. They were headquartered in her area, and people had spent $100,000 a year. I know I sound like a great-grandmother now, buying something called the medallion. A medallion was what you needed in order to own the cab, and you were regulated by the parking authority. But the cab companies were saying to us, you know, if you let these TNCs become legalized and regulated here in the Commonwealth, you're going to throw the cab industry. We're no longer going to be, in business. And I remember like feeling sorry, but I remember when the people, the Ubers, the Lyfts, all of the folks were coming up and they were giving us demonstrations about what they could do. I remember like right before I was leaving, and Governor Wolf was the governor during that time. He was the governor who got it done. I remember saying to those people, let me tell you something. You can't stop innovation in the private sector. This technology is here. Cab companies, cab industry, you all have to find a way to compete, because I'm telling you, this kind of personalized convenience, it matters, it's what people desire, it's helpful. And by the time we got here, I think it was that September or October, the ride share was passed in Harrisburg. Let me say this to you, Mr. President. These multi-billion-dollar companies, they don't have to make the choice to pass it on. It's no different than the beverage industry. And I don't want you to take my word, or I also just gave you the U.S. Census Bureau's data. I want you to think about New York labor economist James Parrott. And I do want to get this on the record. Councilmember Driscoll and Mr. President, he comes from a place called the New School. I've worked with the New School, and I know Councilmember O'Rourke and probably Councilmember Brooks, I know you are familiar with the New School because a great deal of what is referred to as progressive, well, when I was in Harrisburg, they said liberal. A great deal of liberal policies have come out of the New School. Mr. President and Councilmember Driscoll, that's who did the research when we worked on the effort of retirement security. Alan Bukovitz was the controller. We were working on it here. We kept running into ERISA laws, but we called on the New School. And there was a professor there by the name of Teresa Ghilarducci, who was the person from the New School who did our research. So, Mr. President, when we get that letter from the New School and this labor economist, and he submits testimony to this body, I want to affirm that that is not the first time that the New School has ever had any kind of engagement with the City Council of Philadelphia. They guided my research and my work when I was trying to provide retirement security for the private sector. And when you listen to that testimony, guess what he said? He stated that it does not seem too much. This is not me. This is the labor economist, the professor from the New School who says, it does not seem too much to ask these giant tech companies to absorb the proposed $1 per trip tax rather than further enrich their shareholders. Not my words, his, or pass on the tax to their Philadelphia passengers. So for those multi-billion-dollar companies, Philadelphia, this is a choice, and they don't have to make it. They could choose to invest in the city where they are fortunate and have the privilege and honor of doing business in our city. They benefit from business in our city. Are they job creators here in our city? Yes, they are, and we want them, we're open for business. We want them to continue doing business, but there's also what we usually chalk up as a cost to doing business. And you talk to anybody who's successful, Councilmember Jones, you were at PCDC. You know what that means. It's a cost to doing business. So I know how we technically, Councilmember O'Rourke, Councilmember Young, I know how the law department said, based on the soda tax legislation and the court ruling, we wrote the amendment in the language the way we had to so that we complied with legal court precedent. But the choice about what you do, that's not us. That's not this council. That's for that those billion-dollar companies to decide. And they can choose to make this investment in our city where they benefit from doing business. Before I leave, Mr. President, I want to discuss another major issue facing our district. And I know this one is on everyone's mind in this room. After decades of underfunding in the school district facilities, and we know that this has been an issue. I'm a product of the school district of Philadelphia, and I love every school I attended: Rowan Elementary, Austin Meehan Middle, and the Parkway Program High School. And if Miss Gwen Ragsdale is watching, I just saw her in Fairmount Park this week, my first grade teacher, and immediately, Mr. President, I wanted to sit at a desk and fold my hand. It was the first time I'd seen her since elementary school. Still that kind of impact and respect and reverence that you have for the teachers and the people who were a part of your personal village, and each and every one of us who grew up here in Philadelphia and went to school in the school district. I know you can remember the people who were a part of your journey. The simple fact is that when we think about those schools, we have to remember that to renovate or repair every public school, the cost, this is the price tag that we've been given, my team's been given, was $7 billion. That's what we would need in order to renovate or rebuild every school here in the city of Philadelphia. Philadelphia school facilities are, on average, more than 70 years old. They lack modern equipment and layout that's needed to educate students in the 21st century global economy, because it's no longer are we competing against each other, it's a global economy. We're competing with people now all across the world, especially when you can do business sitting at a computer. The world has changed. Many of these schools are operating far below capacity with thousands of empty seats across the system. Others are severely overcrowded, and I know members of council talked about that. Wait a minute, there's some disparity. I know one region of the city in the Northeast, I've gone by, I've seen the trailers. I've had to talk to the parents too, where they're bursting from the seams, and they're saying, you know, the demand is here. Why haven't you built more? And then you go to another region of the city and you walk into a building. I spoke with a former legislator earlier today, and we were talking about this. He said, I can remember a day when 1,200 students were in this one particular building. 1,200 students used to be in that building. He said, you know how many I remember in there? I said, what? He said, the last time I checked, it was about 200 or 250. That part, I know we all agree on. I haven't heard a member of council, because this is a tough issue. I haven't heard a member of council push back on acknowledging that there was a time when our school district had a larger population. What are we at? About 198,000 students right now. But think about when we had 2.6 million people living in the city of Philadelphia. Our city has changed. The makeup of the district has changed. The population has changed. And so when we're thinking about Governor Shapiro, and this is why I really wanted to raise this, and I don't want you to, please just don't take my word. I'm hoping that somebody will ask. Call Governor Shapiro. Call any of our legislative leaders on the Democratic side or the Republican side in Harrisburg. I don't care who you talk to. Every time they go sit down to have a conversation about negotiating the budget along with public education, especially when it comes to Philadelphia. Council members Driscoll and President, you were there. You know what I'm affirming. Budget conversations start this way. The majority caucus now in the House, the majority caucus in the Senate. That means Leader Bradford, Speaker McClinton, Appropriations Chairman Harris, they will meet with the Republican leaders in the Senate. Because on the legislative side, the two majority parties, they're the ones who begin the conversation. And they work in partnership with the governor's office. Eventually, the table becomes a 5-seat table. The executive branch leading the table, and you have representation from each caucus and each chamber. And you figure out a way to get to yes. Guess what question they are going to have to answer? And this is why I view what we're doing here right now in every way imaginable as us finding a way to help our legislative leaders, to help us. First question they're going to ask is, what is Philadelphia doing? The city of Philadelphia proper, us. What are we doing to invest in our public schools? I'm talking about the new revenue right now. Yes, we should also be proud that for the first time in I don't know how long, we, increased the portion of the millage dedicated to public education here in the city. We didn't need a campaign or anything to tell us to do that. We came in the door with that. We committed from 55 to go to 58. Chairman, we are at 1.5 right now. We've got 1.5 to go. So we're already doing that part. More of our property tax is dedicated. But here with the rideshare tax, now, rideshare tax, tower tax, when they go to the table, we will empower them with the ability to say, don't tell us Philadelphia didn't already make tough decisions to address this $300 million structural deficit in the school district of Philadelphia, because it's already done the hard work and we've generated the revenue. That's the one question. The second question they're going to ask, and Mr. President, you know this, what has the school district of Philadelphia done to work through right-sizing the school district of Philadelphia in accordance with the student population and with a strategic plan that will allow you to build new schools, modernize schools, co-locate schools together. I mean, I can't remember the school, but Drexel, Mr. President, now you have to be creative, because $7 billion, I don't know where anybody thinks $7 billion. Our whole budget for the city of Philadelphia is basically $7 billion. I don't have a way to get to $7 billion, but I do want us to be able to say that we've done our homework. And we haven't asked anybody to simply, come and address something that we've ignored. We've contributed our fair share. This is a shared sacrifice in supporting public education. And we've done it. They're going to ask us about right-sizing. And they're going to ask whether or not the school district of Philadelphia had the courage, and if we as leaders were able to work together to support them making these very, very tough decisions. And Mr. President, I know we're not trying to build the education system for the past. We're working on our children's future. Right now, we are maintaining square footage as it crumbles, instead of investing in opportunities our students actually need. Yes, this means making difficult but responsible decisions, And that's what the district has worked through in the facilities plan. Mr. President, this is not like it was when we were going through 13 and 14. You want me to tell you how? First things first, we were under the SRC, the School Reform Commission. Chairman Thomas, I wasn't at every meeting, but I think there were about 2 years. For 2 years, there were discussions and activities and conversations about all of this. That didn't happen when we went through this knee-jerk reaction years ago, because I didn't like it then. I didn't think it was well coordinated. The same issues, Chairman Thomas, that you raised about making sure that we're communicating with the public, you and I, we share that sentiment. And I think we saw Dr. Watlington and the board attempt to do that. In addition, I also know this, Mr. President. Nothing is more frustrating in government when somebody tries to make a decision and they draw a line in the sand and say, this is it. What do I mean? Chairman Thomas and Council President, you know that the school district now, the plan doesn't look like it did when they initially introduced it, because they listened to members in this body. They've listened to parents. They've listened to legislators, and I know they are not where they started. I know we're not finished with this process, and I know we're still going through it. My ask is that we not exhibit what you'll hear me refer to as reflexive opposition, but that we acknowledge the facts that I put on the record, not my emotions, just the facts, about issues that we have to deal with here in the district. I don't think any of us refute that. All we have to do as leaders is figure out a way, Mr. President, to get there, so that when our team in Harrisburg goes to the table, we answered the revenue question. We've started working on the right size question. We've started being creative, and I'm not sure of the name of the school that's near Drexel, but Drexel has done something amazing in partnering with the school. I don't know, it's Solace. I can't remember what the name of the school is, but it is amazing. And people talk about what Drexel University has done. I thought about what would happen if we were creative enough to say, Dr. Watlington and President Streeter and members of the board, because I don't manage the school board and I don't try to micromanage their work because they are the educational experts. But I wonder, with some of our challenges that we do acknowledge, what if the University of Pennsylvania became a potential partner and trying to help when we talk about co-location and partnership and just being creative and thinking outside of the box? What if Temple University, with the amazing John Fry, Councilmember Young in your district, because they've been having a lot of conversations about place-based learning in the area, what if Temple was able to come up with the strategy? Members of the City Council of Philadelphia, I don't know if that is possible. I don't know if those conversations are moving as swiftly as we would like. But for me, I don't think it's over until it's over. And we can't get it done. Mr. President, I'm here giving this address. I'm doing what we would call Councilmember Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson leaning on the shield today, saying that we can't get this done alone. School District of Philadelphia can't move without you. It's this legislative body, not that school board, that has the power to generate the revenue that the School District of Philadelphia needs. We're not like the other school districts in our region. It's this council that's been the leader to save public education in the city of Philadelphia. And I'm the mayor, and I acknowledge, in Philadelphia, I affirm, as mayor, I can't get anything done. A budget can't get passed. School district can't get funded. We can't do anything to move our city forward if we are not all working together. I say it to you privately. I say it to you publicly. We have to work together in order to get it done. And I want us to figure out a way to get to yes. Why, Mr. President? Right sizing buildings is not about abandoning communities. It's about strengthening them. If Chairman Harris takes me to that location on Broad Street, there's a recreation center. There is CHOP. Is it a library? It's a recreation center, CHOP, and a library, all co-located in one place. He says, listen, that's the model we need to be working on if we're thinking outside of the box to leverage these resources, but let us get there. And let Harrisburg know that we are making real and tangible changes. Middle school students will have access to Algebra 1 instead of slightly over half students. More students will have access to art, music, and physical education. And the share of the schools offering 5 or more AP classes will grow from 38% to 58%. And the share of incoming kindergartners with access to pre-K will double from 25% to 50%. But we have to be willing to work together in order to make it happen. No matter what anyone says, Council President and members of council, I know it's good theater for people to see what they consider to be our going to war. The administration versus the council. The legislative branch versus the executive branch. In opposition with the school board. In opposition with the school superintendent. Let me tell you something. Councilmember Thomas, what we have on the table, we've never been here with this opportunity before. Persistently vacant properties in the school district of Philadelphia that have been vacant from 3, some up to 30 years. We now have a plan to incentivize the building of affordable and workforce housing, and that's one box. And it shouldn't be, we compartmentalize things because all of this stuff is not interconnected. We got a box there and we have the ability to do that. Then we've got a process to figure out how do we right size the district. But we have to do it thoughtfully. And Mr. President, I'm with you. It doesn't look the way it does, sir, I know, when it was first introduced, but we've got to continue working through it and having conversations. And I'm asking us, sir, to please make sure that we do that. So that's facilities here. And then we've got the other bucket. Let's help Governor Shapiro, Speaker McClinton, Leader Bradford, Appropriations Chairman Harris, Appropriations Chairman Hughes, Leader Costa, Senator Williams, along with Senator Pecosi in the Northeast, the lone Republican state senator representing the city of Philadelphia, along with President Pro Tem Ward and Pittman. Let's generate the revenue that we need so that when they go to the table to negotiate that budget, shared sacrifice and one Philly, and us doing the best we can with the tools we have, they know that we've tried. We couldn't deliver $300 million, but we do have the ability, Mr. President, to get to $50.4 million. And if we come together to do it and make those billion-dollar corporations understand that there's a cost to do business in the city of Philadelphia and a dollar won't put them out of business, we can make sure we deliver for our students. Mr. President, I thank you so very much. I want you to know this is a unique time. This is a unique time, Mr. President. 2013-14, 1994, liquor by the drink, 2013 sales, 2014 a cigarette and $28 million from the tax fairness package. We haven't delivered new revenue as a city for public education since 2014. I want you to this is just me, do your own search. Type in 2014 to 2026, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montco. And remember, we can't afford to increase property taxes at the rate that those counties do because our people just don't have it. We don't have that kind of disposable income. They can't carry it. And we have a uniformity clause. So our revenue generating capacity, we're handcuffed. We can't do it. Please, let's help the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Help us. I want to work with you. I want to do whatever we can. Councilmember Young, Councilmember Ahmed, Councilmember Lozada, Councilmember Bass, Councilmember Squilla, Councilmember Landau, Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Driscoll, Councilmember O'Rourke, and Harity, and Brooks, and Anthony Phillips, not Dunston or Young, Phillips, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Councilmember Gaultier, and Chairman Thomas, and Mr. President. I can't do it without you. Humbly, I say to each of you, I'm asking you, whatever meetings need to take place, one-on-one conversations. It won't be perfect for anybody. We can't. But everybody acknowledges that we can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome and expecting them to respond when they ask us, are we willing to do the hard work? I want to work with each of you. Please, let's find a way to get it done. And whatever homework you give me, I want to say to each of you, you all look so convinced, and you really believe me, right? Give me homework. Whatever homework it is, if I can get the homework done, Mr. President, 1,001% I will. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Any questions, Mr. President? Anything I should do before I leave? Anything, Mr. President? I'm sorry. I don't want to leave without.
Any questions from members of the committee? Hearing none.
It's Mr. President, it's straight. It's not BS. Everything I just said on the record, Mr. President, if you just go do the homework, the facts are the facts. We haven't generated revenue since 1994 from liquor by the drink, 13 for sales, 14 for cigarettes, and what we did with our tax fairness package. The leader of the New School is one of the most reputable economic and research institutions of higher learning in the nation. And if you were to talk to people about their work, they would tell you, again, they're liberal, not they're progressive. They used to, that was our language. Not just me. It's not. And please take what I just said in the spirit that I was given. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John. We will now resume the Committee of the Whole. Ms. Lawhead, please call the next panel.
Reginald Streeter, President, Philadelphia Board of Education, and Dr. Tony B. Watlington, Superintendent for the School District of Philadelphia.
Good morning. Well, actually, it's good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. And before you begin, just state your name officially for the record and get started.
Sorry, Council President.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Is it safe to eat that?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council President, my name is, I know I was told I was going to find out something yesterday, so I don't know if I should eat. Anyway, I'm joking. But my name is Reginald Streeter, and I'm the President of the Philadelphia Board of Education.
My name is Sarah Ashley Andrews. I'm the Vice President of the Board of Education.
Tony Watlington, Superintendent, School District of Philadelphia.
The floor is yours to begin your testimony.
And thank you. Today, I am prepared. I'm in a suit, so we get suit Reggie today. So thank you for allowing me to come back today as well. Being able to be in the room and know the temperature. So I'm going to be a little more brief than I normally am to get to City Council's questions as well. But good morning, everybody. President Johnson, to the leadership of this great esteemed house, thank you for allowing us to be in your home, and we will act accordingly. Thank you for inviting the Board of Education, the School District of Philadelphia, to share some key updates on our work since the last time we were together in November. I was joined by Vice President Sarah Ashley Andrews, and Board Member Joan Stern was here, and she may come back as well. We appreciate your partnership, Council President, your ongoing commitment to Philadelphia students and families. I think our mayor put it best. City Council continues to step up and take tough votes for us, and we understand that we are in a time right now where serious conversations have to be had, and we're happy to do our homework as well and do the work as well. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much.
I won't go into all of the things that we're going to discuss today, but they are on the screen. But we do have some of a quasi-agenda of what we would like to give updates on. Next slide, please.
How many slides are we doing today?
Not too many for us, good brother. And I think Dr. Watlington is going to also pivot as well with his presentation. So every time, and I believe it's important to ground the conversation in this, and I believe if you can just kind of believe us that all of our work that we do is grounded in our vision and mission. I began my comments with our vision and mission. The board's vision is to prepare every student, Council President, to imagine and realize any future they desire. It speaks to the limitless potential of our young people and our responsibility to help them reach it. And as you can see in our mission, it's rooted in our belief that all sectors of public education in Philadelphia must work together to ensure every student has access to opportunities they need to achieve life outcomes. These guide our work. Next slide, please. So again, yesterday I mentioned something called goals and guardrails, and people may not believe this, but we have a board policy in our administrative procedures of our operating guidelines that directs the board to think about governing through a student outcomes lens, and we do it by way of the goals and guardrails. This framework defines clear expectations of what students should know. Board members such as Vice President Andrews, myself, Cheryl Harper, and others, once a month, we engage with our superintendent and ask the question, how are the children? But we like to use data and other things to determine how they're doing in a way that supports our mission. Since reporting to you in November, some key highlights I want to elevate to you that we've monitored here. College, career, technical education outcomes continue to strengthen, with 59.7% of students scoring proficient advanced on the NOCTI exam in school year 24-25. Early literacy and math instruction are showing great improvements with a clear correlation between consistent attendance and student attendance. Students in grades 3 through 8 who have attended school more than 90% of the time were more likely to meet reading benchmarks. Math proficiency for students in grades 3 through 8 is at its highest rate in 9 years. Early learners are demonstrating meaningful gains too, City Council President. Next slide, please. One more slide. So definitely want to discuss the accelerating opportunity, the school district's facilities master plan. I understand there's going to be a lot of other questions on this, but I first want to acknowledge that the board fully comprehends the gravity and seriousness of this work. We have been actively listening and engaging with communities, understanding that these recommendations bring forward a range of mixed and strong emotions. We heard them here, we hear them here, but we hear them in our action meetings, and we also hear them when we do school visits, and individually as board members. But we know what it means to be shaped by great schools in this city, and we have lived the reality of what our schools can provide. That's why I believe for all of us, this conversation about schools facility is not just about buildings, it's about protecting a launch pad for the next generation. What you have before you is a summary of the resolution of what the board will consider. And I think it's important to also communicate what actually is the board voting on, Council President. The board acts through resolution, much like City Council does as well. Our resolutions can be about an action item for a vendor, but it also could be about giving clear direction to the superintendent in a way that's transparent so the village knows where the district and the board is headed based upon what we know now and what we think we know in the future. So I think it's important for us to understand what the resolution does and what it does not do. It adopts the recommendations that will be attached to the resolution. I know you all have your technical staffs. I would ask you all to have your staff take a look at the resolution, read it as well, and I think you will see that there are many points in time that we will all have many more conversations about the facilities plan, and it doesn't all start and end at the day the board votes on the resolution.
Can you say that again? It doesn't
Yes, sir.
start and end on the day that the board votes on the resolution?
Yes, the resolution is not designed to, for example, approve all capital investments, for example, right? We do that in May. What it does is saying, Dr. Watlington, your thinking is on point, and this is a direction that we're headed in, but it does not displace legal obligations that also have to happen on a yearly basis, publicly. That's going to require public comment, that's going to require public board deliberation, and things like that. So that's what I mean by the resolution itself. And I'll be brief, but I want to read 3 portions of the resolution just to kind of give you all exactly what I'm talking about. So there's a final whereas clause. Implementation of accelerating opportunity will require future board actions and a sustained commitment to student achievement, financial, and facilities alignment shared by the board, the district, public, and philanthropic partners, and holders of the district's obligation. But these 2 paragraphs are very important. The board hereby adopts, if it adopts, accelerating opportunity as attached to align facilities enrollment, programming, and fiscal sustainability in service to improve student outcome. This adoption does not substitute for legal required processes or board actions related to school closures, capital project expenditures, or declarations regarding future property. Because accelerating opportunity represents a living plan based on currently available data and reasonable assumptions regarding enrollment trends, population movement, council president, programming needs, city council, and fiscal conditions, which will evolve based on factors over which the board and the district possess and or lack control, the board retains the authority to require modification of sequencing, timing, scope, and prioritization of recommendations determined to be necessary after consultation with the superintendent. Just to put some meat on the bone as to what exactly is the board voting on and what that vote is designed to do. Next slide, please. So briefly, I would like to just speak about some other board updates. I think Vice President, that's you.
Good morning again. Thank you, President Streeter, and good morning to all. Next, I want to share a few updates on the board's non-voting student board representatives and our Parent and Community Advisory Council. We are excited to share that in January 2026, we appointed 3 new non-voting student board representatives for the 2026 term. They are Brianna Carter, an 11th grade student at the Philadelphia High School for Girls, Ramisha Karim, an 11th grade student at Northeast High School, and Samira Reyes, an 11th grade student at the Creative and Performing Arts High School. These incredible young ladies have joined the board at an exciting time and have quickly engaged in our work, sharing insight on the students' experience, including how board policies shape their day-to-day school experience and the perspectives of their peers. They also participate in the Superintendent's Advisory Council, ensuring that student voice is consistently present in our discussions and helping to bring student perspectives directly to the board's decision-making process. Thank you. Next slide, please. Likewise, the board's Parent and Community Advisory Council continues to actively strengthen our connection to families and neighborhoods across Philadelphia. Currently, the Advisory Council is composed of 14 individuals who are committed to attending community meetings, engaging at local events, listening to residents, and evaluating community voices to inform board decisions and student-centered decision-making. We actually have one of our PCAC members here today. Ms. Ann Doran, if you could raise your hand. Thank you. They bring feedback directly to the board, helping ensure we understand the community perspectives and can incorporate that into our decision-making. They have been critical in supporting us with pushing out key messages, opportunities for engagement around the facilities plan, and policy review. Our advisory council serves as a vital link for the board with the community elevating needs and ideas that guide us in making the best possible decisions for our students. Next slide, please. Throughout the year, the board has the privilege of visiting both district and charter schools across our city. These visits are among the most meaningful and exciting parts of our work, allowing us to experience firsthand the teaching, learning, and innovation happening across our schools. School visits help ground us in the work that we do and serve as a powerful reminder of the important work happening every day in our classrooms. Next slide, please. As we begin our charter school update, I want to reaffirm that the Board of Education is committed to a system of public education where every public school option in Philadelphia, district or charter, prepares students to imagine and realize any future they choose, with a continued focus on access to high-quality opportunities that help students thrive. With more than 64,000 students in our charter schools, Project Rise reflects our shared commitment to strengthening accountability and improving outcomes in our city. As a reminder, the Charter School Office, at the direction of the Board of Education, launched Project Rise in 2024 to revise and reimagine the charter school performance framework. Next slide, please. Should we go into this now? Okay. Through Project Rise, we are committed to reviewing our authorizing standards and continue our commitment to transparency and accountability for all charter schools in Philadelphia. We are currently in phase 2 of 3, where the Charter School Office, at the direction of the board, continues to work directly with school leaders, charter school board members, and colleagues throughout the city to review and update specific metrics within the framework. Importantly, the focus of Rise is no different than the Board of Education: student achievement. In that spirit, Rise builds on our existing framework by strengthening transparency, improving data and communication, equipping families with clearer information, all in service of improving student achievement and ensuring alignment with board goals and visions for all students across our city. I'm gonna turn it back over to you, President Streeter.
Next slide, please. So in closing, I had a prepared closing, but I want to pivot and shift and read the room. Look, I think the mayor said it all. We all need each other. And I believe that we all in this room have had the ability to compromise, engage in meaningful conversations, understand the pressure points of each other, but find a pathway forward. I do want to also share something in this room as well. While some have said they believe the mayor has been heavy-handed, or maybe the hand behind the cloak of the board, that is not true. But what I can say is the mayor has requested Dr. Watlington and I and the board, and strongly stated that we should do everything we can to work with council. And understanding that the work continues, post whatever vote, when that might happen, I do believe that there's enough goodwill here, evidence and moments in time and actual deliverables that show that Dr. Watlington, this board, has listened. And with that being said, I understand that listening continues. So I hope that we can have a conversation today that talks about a pathway forward, but one that also honors all the hard work that we've all done. I don't think it's good for us to focus on the now and not think about the past and the future. So I look forward to having a more responsive answer to questions that are going to be asked. I saw some head shakes just now, but I look forward to talking with you and continuing this conversation. But this work is hard. And one thing I want to say, which hasn't been said enough, the Board of Education empathizes with families who are right now caught in purgatory, who are waiting for us to do something. And I don't want that to be remiss for the communities that are waiting for investments, to the communities that are like mine, who've lost schools like Germantown High School. The board is well aware of this, and I think that is what's driving us as well. So please, I know that you all have your work to do, but we are also listening as well, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, President Johnson and Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, Chair Thomas, and members of council. I'll be very brief, Mr. President, as I know we're late in the afternoon. You have a hearing here as well. Next slide, please. First of all, I just want to say thank you to you, Mr. President, and to all the members of council. As Mayor Parker noted, we very much appreciate your historic role in funding the school district, and I want to give you just some very brief updates on the results and return on investment for the dollars and the support that you're providing to the School District of Philadelphia. Slide, please. I want to begin by just giving you an update on the 3 major district focus areas, and if we go to the next slide, it's no different than last year. We are consistently focused on accelerating academic achievement, improving outcomes for all of our young people, improving customer service, which has been a hallmark for the past 4 years, and we're laser focused also on partnering with our families, not just as engaged adults, but as equal partners as we educate all of our young people. Slide. I won't review this in detail because the mayor talked about it at length, only to say in one sentence that we are pleased that enrollment is up by 783 students over the past decade. Student teacher attendance is up. Test scores are up across a number of areas, especially on the math side of the house. Graduation rates are up and the dropout rates are down. We're pleased that we're getting better, not by kicking the least of these out of school or letting the least of these just kind of drop themselves out or just disappear from our schools. On the next slide, with regard to improving customer service, we launched a two-way communication system a few years ago, Mr. President. Just want to note that it's working, and here's the data. Between July 1 of last year and April 15th, just last week, we've received over 66,000 inquiries from our parents, families, community, other folks in the community. Our response time in business days has been 1.4 business days, and the customer feedback score that we've received in the aggregate is 8.2. We will continue to focus on improving customer service in the school district. On the next slide, the third big focus area is around partnering with our families as equal partners. This year we relaunched Parent and Family University. I want to commend our Chief of Communications and Customer Service, Alex Coppage, and our Deputy Chief of Parent and Family University, Ms. Jenna Monley. We are providing free programming, resources, supports to families all over the city of Philadelphia. And we know if we want to support kids, we've got to invest in their parents and their families as well to improve student attendance, to improve civic engagement. We're also focusing through the Parent and Family University on financial literacy. Some very fantastic work going on there, and we look forward to keeping you updated as time goes forward. Very quickly, let me just say a few words about the facilities master plan on the next slide. I'm just going to sum it up, Mr. President, given the need to keep this moving, because I don't want you to have to ask me how many more slides I got. I want to be able to tell you I just got 3 or 4 more, and we're going to be ready to take questions. On the next slide, I'm going to sum up the facilities master plan. In January and February, we told you about a 10-year plan costing $2.8 billion. You've noticed that we've marked out the 2.8, and it's now $3 billion, $3.045 billion. Originally, we told you that we would maintain 124 campuses. That number has changed to 116. Originally, we told you we proposed to modernize 159 campuses or parts of campuses. That number has increased to 169. We consistently are recommending to President Streeter and his Board of Education and Vice President Andrews and the board that we maintain six co-locations. There are 10 recommendations to close and repurpose for some kind of district use. And then there are additional 7 closures that we've recommended that instead of recommending that these properties be conveyed to the city, we've pulled back on that recommendation at this time and just recommending that those properties remain in the school district. On the slide, next slide. The next 2 slides, Mr. President, just list those 12 major changes. I won't read them to you, but they range from everything from removing the recommendations to close Conwell and Motivation High Schools. We've changed the merger recommendations for Robeson and Lincoln High Schools, as you'll see here. Number 5, we've removed Ludlow School from closure. You can see items number 6 and 7 relate to both Moffitt and Hackett schools. You'll see that we are now no longer recommending that the Lincoln property, which is located adjacent to the Schuylkill Environmental Center, be conveyed. Those properties will now stay in the school district of Philadelphia, and we're proposing to that become a environmental education center for use for all the children across the city of Philadelphia. You'll also see that we have pulled back on the recommendation to convey the Robeson property, and now, as the mayor mentioned, in partnership with Councilmember Gautier and others in that district, to retain that property and look at how we work with the community to identify a partnership opportunity, given, including perhaps University of Pennsylvania, given how significant and close that property is to one of the greatest and most significant science and innovation hubs in the United States of America, which is right here in Philadelphia. And you can see the other items. I do want to note also that we've increased the investments in Council District 3 from the February 17th briefing from $205 million to $331 million, Councilmember Gautier's district, and we've increased planned investments in Council District 5, Councilmember Young's district.
Can I get a quick point of information?
Yes, sir.
Number 11,
Yes, sir.
the 5th Councilmanic District. How is that the only Philadelphia Promise Zone in North Philly?
This is part of having developed 2 or reconverting 2 not just extended year, but year-round schools where we want these 2 schools to
In
be.
North Philly?
In North Philadelphia, yes, sir.
5th Councilmanic District, any way we can spread
I'm sorry,
to
sir.
South Philly, and any way that same initiative can go to South Philly and Southwest?
It is the hope of the district, certainly, that these 2 schools will be demonstration schools where we drive faster performance, and so that they can be replicated in other parts of the city.
Please
Yes, sir.
proceed, sir.
And we are withdrawing the recommendation again at this time to convey schools to the currently occupied schools to the city. We originally recommended to convey 10 schools, even though that number's down to 7. We're recommending that the board not move in that direction to provide the board more time to consider policy and legal implications. Very quickly, Mr. President, next slide. This is the original investments by council, the 10 council districts, the original list of modernization, co-locations, and closure recommendations. And you can see on the far right how many closures occurred in 2012. Then if you go to the next slide, you can see the updated recommendations and investments. The reason the administration increased the recommended investments in Council District 3 and Council District 5, Councilmember Gautier's district and Councilmember Young's district, is because you can see on the record that those two districts had the largest number of closures in 2012, 2013. And so, again, as the mayor said, we've made some significant adjustments to the recommendations. And as we go to the last slide, I just want to say personally, I'm sorry, last two slides.
Can you go back to the ninth council district?
I'm sorry, sir.
I was just looking at the ninth councilmanic district. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's 469? Middle neighborhood. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yes, sir. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by giving you a quick update on the budget as it's being developed. Really quick, there's a $300 million structural deficit. I just want to remind you, test scores are going up, graduation rates are going up, dropout rates going down. This is not about mismanagement. We have the best investment grade credit rating that we've had in 40 years in the school district. Every year for the past 3 years, we've had some upgrade in that rating, either by Moody's Services or Fitch Financial Services. We're being good stewards of the budget, of the dollars. We've had clean year-over-year audits with no material weaknesses by our external auditors. I want to be sure to get that in the record, please, Mr. President. The deficit is driven by the fact that, one, we've had historic underfunding. Two, as the mayor said very well, the $1.8 billion that we received in COVID funding allocated by Congress from 2021 to 2024, all those dollars are gone. They sunsetted in September of 2024. Now, the third reason, rising salaries. We've got to continue to pay our employees a competitive wage, and they deserve to be paid more. Number four, charter payments are increasing. Charter school payments are increasing. And number five, in this order, we're experiencing rising health care costs, just like the city, just like the private sector. What are we doing about it? Next slide. This administration is committed to bringing President Streeter and Vice President Andrews and the Board of Recommendation a plan on the table, not just to cut our deficit, but to reduce it and to eliminate it once and for all by fiscal year 2029-2030. And after 2029-30, we are committed to the school district operating within its annually allocated budget, and we can retire structural deficits once and for all. That is our plan, barring any strange, unforeseen circumstances. How are we going to cut this? How are we proposing to cut this $300 million structural deficit and live within our means forevermore, and to continue to advocate for constitutional funding? Number one, we're reducing central office costs by some $30 million. This includes some 130 positions. Mr. President, we have those positions ready to submit for the record per your request. Number two, we are eliminating, and by the way, this is a very lean central office, given that we're around the 8th largest school district in the country. We have one of the smallest, leanest central offices, but we're still going to make the cuts because we've got to do it. We are going to eliminate programs and contracts that show low return on investment. By that, we mean if the contract doesn't have a clear through line to improving reading and math performance, increasing graduation rates, or decreasing dropout rates, we're going to take a hard look at how we can trim back. We're enhancing our budget and planning projections. We're doing things like discontinuing to rent the Pennsylvania Convention Center during all of our principal meetings and professional development, Mr. President, at Strawberry Mansion High School, which we've turned into our professional development center. We're curtailing staff travel, including the superintendent. Instead of sending 4 reading teachers to a conference, we may just send one, or we may send none and bring professional developers to the city of Philadelphia, and a lot of other things that CFO Hersman can walk you through. We're making some changes to at the school-based level to the tune of $56 million, As you know, there are 340 positions that we're proposing to cut and to reassign to other schools if the $52 million does not come through to us as a result of the rideshare tax and the cell phone tower opportunity. You may ask, well, why are you cutting and moving people to other places, which is very disruptive? Some of our schools are very large and over-enrolled, and we've got just the opposite. Some schools that are very small and under-enrolled. And so we've got to right-size a formula for how we push resources out to the schools. And so that is why we cannot maintain the FTEs, the staff positions, in all the schools at present. So we've projected the vacancies that we have. I don't want the council to be alarmed by the fact that we can transfer people to the tune of 340 people through vacancies in other schools. Remember, the School District of Philadelphia has 20,000 employees, and every year there is some attrition and turnover, so we factor that in. Our goal is to have everyone who's in the house to stay in the house, and we have, that $225 million in budget reductions in fiscal year 26-27 is reflective of that. The next slide just shows you a graphic of what our financials look like over the next 5 years if we do nothing. If we kick the can down the road, we don't get more revenue, we don't cut anybody, and again, this is and reassigned to other jobs. This is totally, absolutely, 100% separate from the facilities plan. This is just operating budget for the school district over the next 5 years. You can see the green line represents our annual surplus or deficit, and the yellow line shows our fund balance. We're at the point where we will deplete it in the next year, and that's why I no longer recommend to President Streeter and Vice President Andrews and board members to dip into the fund balance. We must get more revenue, or we must make significant cuts. Even with the additional revenue, we are going to make some cuts to the district office and to contracts, because we could choose to carry a structural deficit for the next 10 years. It's no secret that the district has had structural deficits going back to the days of David Hornbeck, Paul Vallis, Dr. Arlene Ackerman. By 2930, we're proposing to the board to completely eradicate structural deficits, hopefully never to return. On the next slide, Mr. President, you'll see this is what the fund balance line and our deficit line looks like if we take these measures. Again, this is completely and totally separate from the facilities plan process. The facilities plan process is completely separate, and if you'll give me just 1 second to say, the reason I can show you that it's separate is even if the Board of Education approves a plan to close some schools, we're not laying off the teachers and principals. We're reabsorbing all of those individuals right back in the district. That's what's different between 2012 and 2011, 2013 closures and now. Those employees will be reabsorbed back into the district, and kids who need more teachers, more administrative personnel, more safety support, and they're underperforming, under-resourced, we're going to push more resources into those schools. And we'll do it more efficiently because we're going to right-size these really large and really small, really over-enrolled, really under-enrolled schools. Final slide, Mr. President. Timeline. As you well know, the Board of Education, President Streeter, Vice President Andrews, and the board members have their budget hearing tomorrow. And then on May 29th, we'll be expecting the Board of Education, if it be the President Streeter and Vice President Andrews' will, to adopt their budget. And you can see that we look forward to hearing the outcome of potential additional revenue in June based on actions the City Council and the Mayor take. While I'm agnostic to how we get the revenue, I feel like my job is to make the case to President Streeter, Vice President Andrews, to Council. Here's the revenue we need. We desperately need revenue in June. If we get it in June, the 340 positions that are on the table will not be cut and reassigned to other schools. If we do not get the revenue, we absolutely will have no choice but to cut and reassign 340 hardworking employees to other places in the school district. I thank you for the opportunity to present today. Mr. President, members of council, happy to join President Street and Vice President Andrews in any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Curtis Jones Jr., the Majority Leader Captain Gilmore Richardson, Jamie Gaudier, Nicholas O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank you and officially apologize for some of the angst yesterday. I brought you some candy to try to make up, and to say to you that I should always lead with the things, and I was glad that the mayor did, lead with positive things. Test scores are up, dropout rates are down, truancy we're working on. I mean, there are a lot of good things to the direction of the school board and the superintendent's team. I appreciate what you've done for my alma mater. I'm gonna say it on the record, that when you start to think about schools that lose attendance, it was one of them. The co-merger is helping to keep that facility alive. That does not go wasted on me. And so, for the record, you know I appreciate it. However, nevertheless, some of the things, there's a difference between math adding up and decisions that kind of don't make sense to me. Lankenau has a 100% graduation rate. A lot of those kids go on, like other schools, to some of the finer institutions, are working on environmental things. I thank my colleagues, particularly Chairman Thomas, for coming up and leading our delegation of members to a room full of young people fraught with promise that look forward to their life. So the question becomes, what do you save towards that $300 million deficit by closing Lamberton? And what is the intended use of that facility? If it's a professional enrichment, you could do that at Lamberton in West Philly, because the high school part is closed. You can move right in and it won't affect anybody. But this school is located on about 17 acres of bucolic space. They have feral coyotes and deer and really have water temperature tests. They're right near the Schuylkill Environmental Center. That doesn't add up to me. The second school is Overbrook Elementary, which has a similar graduation rate. And what I'm hearing is that those kids are going to be relocated so that you can do professional advancement. We could do that at 404. We could do that at Lamberton. There are spaces that we have that can accommodate those kinds of things. We'll find a way to get you a jacuzzi down there, but you don't need to take those facilities just for those purposes. I take a little bit of offense to the 3rd district you've accommodated, the 5th district you've accommodated, and I'm not jealous, I'm not hating, but I was here for every one of those except for the liquor by the drinks tax that I voted for. My face was on milk cartons to improve, preschool. I took those hits. I had to knock on doors and say, hey, I raised your taxes, millage rates, but, it's for the kids, right? And so those things that that I care about, not being accommodated because I took the tough votes, lets me know maybe, should I have taken them? And I answer yes, because it's for the kids. So I say to you that I hope that we are sincere about we're still communicating and still negotiating, because I want to be with you. I want to continue my track record of being supportive of you and then public education. But it's difficult for me to knock on a door and say, oh, by the way, I'm raising your taxes, although the fine explanation of the percentage of people that are under $50,000 that do, but in my district, there are a lot of people who make over 50,000 that depend on that service, that I have to knock on their doors and say, by the way, I'm raising your taxes and I'm closing your kid's school. Make that make sense for me.
May I answer that?
Yes, sir.
I'll be very succinct. Thank you, Councilmember Jones. I hear you loud and clear. In a full spirit of this ethos that we really do care and don't want to be tone deaf at all, certainly the rationale behind Lincoln-Oz merger with W.B. Saul is that at the high school level, we see a need to increase school size, but not too big. We don't want to go back to the days of when schools like Overbrook High School had 4,000 or 5,000 young people in them. We're not trying to get that big.
1,200.
Yes, sir. But our academic progress, we're growing faster in grades 3 through 8. We're making significantly faster improvement in 3rd through 8th grade reading and math than we are in the high school Keystone test in biology, algebra, and English language arts. And part of the problem at our high schools is when we have such small schools on one end and really large schools in the Northeast, the quality of their academic resources we can push in to improve academic performance are very disparate. And so while we've tried to put on the table a way to increase high school size, we also know that Lincoln-Oz property and the 17 acres you referenced is really important. And so we no longer are recommending that the board part ways with that property, but to make it available certainly for Lincoln-Oz students who would be at Saul could still have field trip opportunities and utilize those resources, as well as the other high schools and K-8 schools in the city. So we think that's a win-win. With the Overbrook Elementary School, the building score is poor. It does require some significant investment, and in addition to a number of other schools. And so, but your point is well taken.
Mr. President, my final point is that when the fine institution of University City closed, they moved all of those students to Overbrook. Tell me who in your staff made that decision and did not take into account historical neighborhood differences, gangs, and the quality of the education and environment changed because there was friction. So tell me who now is plotting, calculating those differences so that our babies are safe.
The team has taken a look and is continuing to take a look at all the references all the points you just referenced, Councilmember Jones. I want to assure you of that. The team is continuing to look at and planning about things like safety and recognizing that even folks like me who are not from Philadelphia originally and just been here 4 years, this phenomenon of city of neighborhoods, and we have to be very thoughtful about how young people interact with each other. We're taking a hard look at everything that includes transportation, how far children have to move or walk to get to school, and those kind of things for students who don't use public transportation. The fact that we've not been able to deliver a perfect solution on everything, it certainly doesn't suggest that we're not considering all those factors.
So my senator was a part of these negotiations and said, tell me what he has to raise at the state level to cover some of those deficits, because no one's told me what you save by closing these endeavors. I asked that question yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Never got the answer. Yeah. And he made a suggestion that tell him where he has to go to raise the money to make the difference so that those babies aren't put at risk and deprived of education. When good kids get traumatized by doing the right thing, what are we doing? And so I'd like you to consider that. You asked me the question, whether we were still going to be friends. The answer is yes, but I'm a side eye you a bit if these things aren't. Last point, I've gone down to your. You treat me good when I testify. Me and Chairman Thomas, you let us testify up front. You give me a nice little water, and you nod in the appropriate places and don't do nothing that we ask. And I feel kind of abused. You know what I mean? They say thank you for coming, and we're going to do what we're going to do anyway. Just once.
Councilmember Jones, Mr. President, if you'll just say me in 10 seconds.
Brief response, yes, sir.
In 2012-13, the lion's share of savings came from laying off employees, teachers, principals, climate managers. We're not doing that this time, so we won't have significant savings because we're pushing those resources into other schools. We're reinvesting in under-resourced, underperforming parts of the city in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope our pleas go heard because we're begging you on behalf of those students.
Thank you very much, Member Jones. Majority Leader Kathleen Gilmore Richardson, then Councilman Jamie Gautier.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to Board Chair Streeter as well as Dr. Watlington. I wanted to give kudos also to Dr. Dawson, who will be departing for Baltimore. Laurel, thank you very much for all of your coordination. I saw Laurel over here somewhere, but thank you very, very much for your work, Laurel. Also, Edwin Santana, thank you very much. Oshill.
Then we get D9 Brothers.
Oh, yes. Shout out to the men of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. But thank you very, very much. And to all the members of the board, as well as everyone in the school district who worked on the CTE Teacher Tuition Assistance Program. That would include Michelle Armstrong, Tim McKenna, Nick Gasis, Samuel Ewan, John Fallows, Meredith Mara, and everyone involved from the PFT side, Commerce, and PIDC to help us get that program off the ground. So thank you very, very much for all of your work. And also want to thank Melody as well. She's just been wonderful, wonderful to work with. I wanted to go back to where I started yesterday. Yesterday, I talked about the contributions starting in FY21. I want to go back today to FY18, to FY26. The City of Philadelphia has increased its annual contribution to the School District of Philadelphia, and this is 18 to 26, by $686 million. This includes increasing our direct contribution from $104.3 million in fiscal year 18 to $284 million in fiscal year 26, which is an increase of $179.7 million in 8 years. Local tax revenue has increased by $480 million since FY18, and while the state has increased its contribution by $936 million over that time period, the city has contributed more money to the district overall by a figure of $359,156,246. So I wanted to make sure I got that on the record from the charts that you all have provided to us. And in that vein, I wanted to go back, and I recognize that I did make an error yesterday in the original request because of the date. I don't even know what day it is at this point. But for the record, yesterday I was asking the district to move the vote from 4/23, which is this Thursday, this week, to Thursday, May 28th. So I know that we spoke about that yesterday, so I wanted to start there. In addition to that, for the record, if you could just provide us a list of all the positions that are slated to be eliminated, if you could break it down by school without the additional funding, and also with the additional funding, because I think I have some relative confusion there, because I received a ton of outreach from teachers from a variety of schools asking specifically about their positions. And so if you could just provide us with the list by school, if you do not receive the additional funding. And then also, could you provide a list of where each staff person would be moved and what role they will fill after their current position is eliminated? Now, also, if you could just explain to us in writing, because this will help me as well, if you receive the funding, would you have to move any teachers at all? Because that's the part that I'm just a little confused about based on the outreach that I have received. And then I also had a question relative to the structural deficit. I need to know whether or not you all use ARPA dollars to fund any positions, because I think, and this part was a little jarring for me, is that we all knew the ARPA dollars would go away. That wasn't something that we anticipated would be backfilled or filled on the back end. So did you all use, and I had this question already prepared in advance. I just want to be real clear about that. Did you all use ARPA dollars to fund any of the positions that we're referring to? And the question is because we all know that the ARPA dollars would expire. It's the same situation that we're in from a city perspective. And then also, does the school district's revised 5-year plan that shows closing the structural deficit by fiscal year 30 assume the facilities plan moves forward as proposed, or as you all have updated and indicated here? And does it also assume that you receive the additional public and philanthropic funds that you need to fully implement the facilities plan? And if you could just also provide a list of the $225 million in savings the district is proposing in the revised 5-year plan. And I'll start there.
Thank you, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson. Number one, relative to the 340 positions that we have proposed to cut and to reassign to other vacant positions for next school year, yes, we can give you the list today of all those positions. It is broken down by council district as well, in addition to school. I may not be able to tell you just yet exactly where every person will go, partly because those are decisions that we make in partnership with the union presidents per the collective bargaining agreements with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, with President Steinberg, with CASA, with President Dr. Robin Cooper, et cetera. Okay. But we can get through that today and we can submit it for the record. Okay. Number two, the second question was about COVID or the ARPA funding.
I'm sorry, Dr. Watlington, for the interruption, but may I go back to that?
Yes.
My question as well is outside of the 340 positions, will we see any additional reductions in teaching positions or eliminating any additional teaching positions? And I'm only confused because I received outreach, and I don't understand if we're just talking about the 340 with the funding, and then there's additional positions as well where folks are going to be moved?
The superintendent is not recommending additional cuts. At the same time, some of the confusion may be that principals do have some autonomy about how to use their budgets. So it's not inconsistent that a principal might say, in my school, I'm going to have one less teacher of this. I want to increase resources here based on student needs. So that might be, but I will double check that. But the superintendent is not recommending additional cuts from the district beyond those 340.
I see what you're saying. Because their budgets may change, is this going back to the enrollment conversation?
Yes.
Okay, because I received outreach from several schools, and I even saw a message in a forum for parents, I'll just say that, from my son's new school. And I said, well, wait a minute, outside of the 340, what else is happening here? So that
Sure.
could be a school-based decision based on a budgeting, anticipated budget.
It could be two things.
Okay.
One, principals have some discretion over their budgets. And number two, it could be because their annual projections are down. Let's say my school had 500 kids this
Okay.
year, and the projections show that my numbers will drop to 400. Rather than monkey around with moving people the first 10, 20, 30 days of schools, we get that right size before students come back.
Got you. Okay, so could you all also give us the information relative to each school, how much their budget has changed year over year? And I know you may not be able to provide us with specific information relative to how that will impact what the principal has planned relative to the teaching and or staffing positions. But can we also get a list of every school that is anticipated to have a decrease in enrollment, thus they would have a decrease in their budgeted amount for teaching and staff positions? Because this week I've been inundated with communication and emails from teachers who I'm trying to figure out, are they outside of this 340? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
The short answer is yes, Madam Majority Leader. I'll just remind council that our annual budget book is on the district website through last year, so all that archival data is there. It's just this long, but we'll be glad to summarize, and we can give you, I think the spirit of what you want to know is how our projections and potential budgets changing this year.
Just the folks that are decreasing,
Yes.
okay? Just
Yes,
the
we can do
decreasing
that.
folks. Okay, I'm
The
sorry.
second question, and I'll be brief, was related to the COVID ARPA dollars. Did we put the short-term dollars into staff positions? The answer is yes. The industry standard across K-12 education is if you have short-term funding, whether it's from federal sources, grants, philanthropy, et cetera, the industry standard is generally don't put those dollars into long-term positions because boards of education are unable to sustain those positions over time, and it puts a strain on the budget, backs folks in the corner. And number two, when Congress appropriated those dollars, they were for purposes of addressing learning loss since all the schools across the country were closed. Congress also said these dollars can be used for air quality mitigation in case there was another pandemic or some kind of health-borne illness. The School District of Philadelphia was in a place under the previous administration, and I try not to Monday morning quarterback,
Right.
but was in a place where the district couldn't just take the dollars and do the extra stuff because we had so many holes in the budget already because of historic underfunding. So this district took the position that it would hire 127 assistant principals with these COVID dollars, which I absolutely can't recommend a cut from the school district, and some other much-needed positions around climate, et cetera. We decided we wouldn't cut any of those positions over the past 3 years because we would ride the wave with the federal money. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with the $1.8 billion that we received in COVID dollars. And it shows that if you give a school district, an urban school district, more money with a strategic plan, and the district focuses on the research, uses the data, and hold ourselves accountable, we can get better. And so I think the district, in hindsight, did the right thing.
Can I just say there, what was the plan to fund the positions once the ARPA money ran out? So, meaning we knew that this money would run out, so we knew that this would be a hole that we would have to plug. We ain't Monday morning quarterbacking you all either, right? Because the city had to do the same thing and plug the holes. But you're saying 127 assistant principals, climate positions. We knew the ARPA money would run out.
Yes.
We knew after that money was gone that was it. And so at that point, what was the plan for those 127 assistant principals and climate positions?
Once I came aboard in 2022, it was my thinking and decision that we would delay those cuts until we absolutely had to make them. Now, when people were hired, I was not here, so I don't know exactly what conversations were or were not held with these individuals, but I can tell you they've been doing some fantastic work, and we sure want to keep every one of them.
No, I understand that, but you understand the question.
understand.
And I get where you are, because it wasn't a decision that you made and you weren't here. But what was the plan to ensure that we could fund those positions after the money ran out? Meaning, we knew we would be in this circumstance. I don't want it to be a situation where we thought that after the ARPA money ran
Sure.
out, that we were going to get some kind of additional federal infusion just for this circumstance. That was never going to be the case.
I believe one of your questions for me, but I want to piggyback off of this question, Majority Leader. The board had to make a decision, and I was here when Dr. Height presented to the board and said we have a choice here. And this was a nationwide coordinated effort with the Council for Great City Schools, where there was lobbying going on in DC, and there was real guidance, factual guidance, bona fide guidance, that if we also invest in people and show that public education, even through the hell that the pandemic was for our babies, we can hold the line, they can get better. This is a strategy to compel DC to increase reoccurring funds to the school district. So as opposed to the smidge in our budget that it is now, it could be something that can help accelerate student achievement. We took that shot because we thought our babies at that time were worth it, and they're still worth it. And I'm also thinking about, yes, those positions may not be reoccurring as it relates to funding, but I'm hoping that when I'm, done with this role and I'm in the supermarket and there's a child who went through the pandemic and they were able to still go to college, be what they wanted to be, that those dollars were for them. And that's what the board's thinking was. And I believe the strategy worked. As a byproduct, I think we also have to understand there are some who believe that it couldn't be done. We now have evidence, bona fide evidence in Philadelphia, no matter who the child is, where they are, we can accelerate student achievement if you fund us, if we focus on why we exist, and we're strategic in how we do it. So I think that's kind of the context I want to give you. I know people might say, well, that's bad business sense, but you got to remember also, the board also built a massive fund balance because of the COVID dollars, which delayed this conversation for 5 years.
Okay.
So it was a balanced and strategic and pragmatic approach. I'm willing to bet on our children every day, and I'm willing to bet on our great educators every day, understanding that. So I just want to put it on the record.
No, I received that. If you could just let us know how much, I'm thinking class 100, but that's not the way you all budget, but how much it is for the 127 assistant principals and the climate positions, just so we have a picture just for those positions.
We'll ask Chief Herbson to absolutely get that information together. I'm going to answer these last two questions you raised very quickly. Let me just say, I'm so glad President Streeter and the Board of Education took that position. I was one of the people who represented school districts and went to Washington years ago at the onset of the pandemic and lobbied congressional leaders to put this money out. And I remember going from office to office and people telling, and I knew which offices I would go to, and people would say, look, don't even come here. We're not giving school districts, and I wasn't in a large urban school district, but I remember hearing, especially the big urban districts, because you give them more money and they get worse and they come back and ask for more. We don't think more money will make a difference. I'm so pleased that here, those dollars were were used well to prove just the opposite. We can get better with the resources. Does the 5-year plan assume any connections to about the facilities master plan being approved? No. The 5-year plan, as we've presented it, is completely separate. So even if there were not a facilities master plan, we would still be taking these steps to reduce our expenditures. And if and when the facilities master plan in whatever final iteration is approved by the Board of Education, it won't result in significant savings compared to the last time that schools closed, because we're reinvesting those dollars back into the most under-resourced schools and most underperforming children as a strategy to improve academic performance. Final question.
Excuse me, Dr.
You asked
Wallington.
for,
Excuse me
yes.
1 second. I have a point of information from member Dr. Anthony Phillips.
I want to thank the Majority Leader for raising a very important question around the recurring dollars for COVID, which raises my point of information. If that was, President Streeter, as you mentioned, if that was something that you wanted to essentially take a chance on, right, knowing that the funds would dry up at some point, but you wanted to show the world that if you invest through staff and teachers, that we will be able to increase performance at our schools. Is there data that shows that that investment worked? If so, can you please share that with us here today and also in writing? Because that's important to know. Because if we're going to take another chance again, we need to know that it's going to work very, very well and not just somewhat well.
Dr. Wallington?
Councilor, Member Dr. Phillips, one of the reasons key drivers, not the only driver, but a big reason why test scores are up, graduation rates are up, and the dropout rate is down is not just because folks who work in the school district just came to work one day and said, you know what, we're going to work harder. They had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get funding that schools and classrooms desperately need. So the first set of data I'd put out there is rising test scores, rising graduation rates, and declining dropout rates. And a good factoid is in the nation's report card, our students in Philadelphia had the best improvement in 8th grade math in the nation's report card than any big city in the country except Los Angeles. Better than New York, Chicago, Atlanta, you go on through the list. And the $1.8 billion investing in people, as President Streeter said, that's a testament to that. And since the Commonwealth Court ruling said that the district is underfunded by $1.8 billion, it's just ironic that the district got $1.8 billion from Congress. Fast forward to 2023, the Commonwealth Court says the district is underfunded by $1.8 billion. I think it's 1.8, Chief Herbstman. And it just shows if we get the constitutional finding, this proves that the district can be the fastest improving and our kids can get better.
Thank you, Council President. I just hope that if you also, in writing, if you can show that in correlation to the staff.
Yes, sir.
And then also what you project now with the positions remaining, the growth to be, because it's important for us to have that return on investment as well.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader,
Wrap up. Yep.
yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Just to wrap up, thank you very much. I will submit my additional questions for the record, including the amount of the debt service on the $1 billion borrowing, how much that impacts your plan as well. But if we could go back to Board President Streeter relative to my request regarding moving the vote from April 23rd to May 28th, to give us an opportunity to more fully deliberate.
Before I answer that question, I think sometimes the board, we live with this stuff. And I think sometimes we forget that everybody doesn't live with it the way we do. So there is a sense of urgency. I think that could be perceived as rush, rush, rush. But for us, I've been living with this since I got on the board 5 years ago. And yeah, you know, sometimes I lawyer it up and I point to, we did it here, we said it here, we said it here. Resolution connects to this resolution, resolution X connects to that resolution. But that doesn't change the fact that your reality might be a little different as council members as well, when you have to take tough votes as well. So with that, I'll say, again, I'm still at a space, to be quite honest, where I have to take this back to the board as well. And I'm at a space now where the board has to consider other things that may not be that we have to live with, such as our capital budget, such as our ability to lock in rates, such as our ability for Dr. Watlington to get to okay to start moving the ship of the School District of Philadelphia in a such large, fast way, but also so that we can get back to focusing on student achievement. So with all that being said, also downloading everything that I heard today and that I heard yesterday, I'm going to continue having that conversation where I can do that for you. But as of right now, let me just take that back to the board again, and I will get back to you.
Y'all ain't
Thank
huddle
you.
up and talk last night? I'm not,
Because we have one day.
let me be good.
And I thank you, Council President, and I need to wrap up to respect colleagues, but tomorrow is the scheduled action meeting for the district, and the next scheduled action meeting is Thursday, May 28th. And I think, we have been presented with so much new information, as notated by Mayor Parker, but also new information relative to this vote even being scheduled this week. We just found out this week. So we are obviously in the middle of our process, and I know you all have to be finished before we are, right? I get that, because certain things need to happen even when you do a borrowing. You got to go to market, you got to shop around. Things have to occur on the back end in order for you to proceed with the work that you need to do. However, we are at a convergence of this facilities plan as well as being asked to fill in a budget deficit and a budget challenge that you all are asking us to deliberate. And we will need time in order to do that with all the new information that is just being presented that we have not had an opportunity to digest. And so I'm just respectfully requesting, because we have to, work together and work in partnership, and we have to carry the lion's share of this in this body to ensure that you all receive the funding necessary to move forward, that if you could, before tomorrow, because we would then have to make the appropriate accommodation here, and tomorrow is our stated meeting day as well, that if you all could postpone that action meeting relative to the facilities plan until Thursday, May 28th, that would be greatly appreciated based on the work that we have to do as well.
Thank you.
I thought y'all was gonna get together last night, come up with a game plan, come back today.
Well, Council President, this is a very complex,
I know.
heavy thing for us.
Complex for all of us, and I'm not
understand.
even starting the drama today. I'm just saying, it's complex for y'all, it's complex for us. We trying to work as a partnership, and everybody gotta do a little bit of give and take. That's all.
I
On
understand.
behalf of the students and the children of the city of Philadelphia. I just wanted to put
I
that
understand,
out
Council
there.
President.
The chair recognizes Councilman Jamie Gaultier, then Councilman Nicholas O'Rourke is back. Councilman Nicholas O'Rourke, and then Councilman Jim Harity.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon, Dr. Watlington, Board President Streeter, and Vice Chair Andrews. Thank you for joining us today for this important conversation. Board President Streeter, I appreciated your sentiments and the mayor's around council and the administration and the school district needing each other, and your expression that you want to continue working with council in true partnership towards the benefit of our kids. But I do want to be clear that what that looks like in practice would be Dr. Watlington moving off of the position that what has been put before us is a final version. And what that would look like in practice is honoring the majority leader's request that we have more time. Anything less than that standard is just kind of a pretty sentiment as opposed to a genuine effort to engage with council around very difficult decisions. I also appreciate you all being here yesterday And as I've said several times, I appreciate the changes that you've made to the facilities plan proposal, including putting or recommending more investment for facilities in the 3rd District, and keeping our school properties in school district ownership as opposed to moving them to developers for some type of non-school development. I think that those are important moral changes that brought more equity to this plan. But I also do want to be clear that the proposal that's on the table, particularly for the 3rd District, would still cause great harm to my community. And so I'm pushing for you to go further, and I hope that we can get there. And, you know, I appreciated the conversation yesterday. It was very spirited, but unfortunately, I come today with some of the same questions because as spirited as our discussions have been, I've left with few specific answers. And so today, I'm going to be revisiting several of the questions that I've been asking because I'm looking for answers that are specific and that are rooted in facts and data. Earlier this week, you amended your recommendation for Paul Robeson to keep the building and maybe, theoretically, someday create a new STEM high school. But you are still recommending that we close the existing Paul Robeson High School. If the Board of Education votes to approve this closure, you will be eliminating the last public high school in the heart of University City, a place where our kids are a stone's throw away from some of the world's finest scientific and innovation institutions. And this is not something that can be replaced at Motivation or at SARE or anywhere else that is not in University City. The community welcomes transforming Robeson to meet this moment, to maximize the advantages and opportunities that come with being surrounded by global STEM leaders. And we know that the building is in poor condition. But we are willing to work with you to get a facility for Robeson to where it needs to be. But that's not the proposal that's on the table today in front of the board. And to our community, the proposal that you are putting before the board is reminiscent of one of the most shameful decisions that government has ever made in West Philly when we raised the black bottom to make way for what is now University City. And so we should be clear that if the Board of Education closes Robeson and uses their campus to possibly, maybe, one day make a new STEM school, but that school will not be called Robeson High, it will not be rooted in our community, it will not be rooted in our community's history, you will be continuing the same shameful legacy of displacement and erasure that has happened in the past in West Philadelphia. So I'm going to repeat the questions that I still haven't received specific answers for the benefit of my constituents because they need to know. What does it cost to keep Paul Robeson High open? What does it cost to move Paul Robeson High? What is the cost difference between co-locating Paul Robeson with Motivation and merging the two schools? And also, do you quantify the cost, or how do you quantify the cost of erasing Black legacy in West Philadelphia? And how would you all feel to be the leaders to continue the legacy of institutional erasure of Black people in University City? Because from my vantage point, that's what the proposal looks like.
Thank you, Councilmember Gautier. Certainly want to begin by saying that, without speaking out of turn, that I'm sure both Board President Streeter and myself have great regard for our dear fraternity brother, the great Paul Robeson, the great statesman and Philadelphian and lawyer and prolific speaker. Let me say that the Paul Robeson building has a poor building score, and it is underutilized in terms of enrollment, number one. Two, we proposed to move Paul Robeson and absolutely preserve the name. We would never, ever provide a recommendation to discard that great legacy of Paul Robeson. So as we move recommend to merge that school with Motivation High School, we would go through a naming process in partnership with both communities. I already started doing some thinking about that appropriately recognizes and preserves that name. We certainly can get you the cost of, it's outlined on our website. If not, we'll get it to you. What it would cost if we were to have to
I've not seen those
redo
costs.
it.
I've asked you this question since the very start of this process. And I should say that the PFT was able to get me these costs. They think that the prospect of closing this proposed school, this beloved school in West Philadelphia, is so serious that they were able to answer my questions. And so PFT got me today information that says that the cost for essential repairs at Robeson High would be $4.3 million. The cost for all repairs at Paul Robeson High would be $9.6 million. And the cost of total replacement of the building would be $27.1 million. So thank you to the PFT for honoring this information request that I've put before the district since the beginning of this process. That's how serious the prospect of closing a school that the community loves is.
So, Councilmember Gautier, if I may just say two things, and I certainly respect the council members' points. Since last summer, we have placed a plethora of data on our website. I can't run through all of it in my head, but I do want to note for the
I
record.
gave you a very specific information request.
Let us get a point of information, just real quick, sir. What she's saying is, see, when you respond and say it's on the website, we professionals.
Yes, sir. Duly noted.
I would just prefer you to say that the experts, so I know Laurel is very competent in getting us information in our hand as opposed to directing the member to the website or saying the information is on the website.
Okay.
That just want to
Duly
relinquish the
noted.
time back to.
Thank you so much.
Duly noted, Mr. President. I will direct the team. I'll ask Chief of Staff Gabbley to make sure that we get a communication to you to fact check and verify exactly what you've heard from President Steinberg so that you've heard from us on the record. We'll be sure to copy you, Mr. President, today. Second, may I just also say the real spirit of what we're trying to do under our 5-year strategic plan, Accelerate Philly, is address how to take our limited resources, invest more in children, and take the improvement that we're making in the school district and multiply it by 20. And here's what that looks like in your district, Councilmember Gautier. I really believe we can provide a better education at Paul Robeson. I think last year I looked at the numbers and the proficiency rate on state math keystone testing was less than 3%. We can do better.
I'm sorry.
And so we're trying to push those resources in.
Yeah.
And the way to do it is we've got to drive faster improvement at the high schools. We're getting better at the K-8, but in the high schools, we're going to have to pull those limited resources. We've got to adjust those sizes of schools, not too big, but we just can't quite get the resources there if they're too small.
If I could pause you for a second, I've heard your vision for the plan, so I think that I am not misunderstanding that this is your vision for the plan. I do want to get a couple specific questions answered before my time is up. My first question would be, if you are going to retain the land for school district use, and go through a process with the community about what should be there. And I'll say, the community has expressed loudly and clearly what they want to be there. They want Robeson High to be there. It's not a mystery. So if you're going to keep the land in district hands, if you're going to add $100+ million more in investment, why can we not rebuild or renovate to have a new Robeson High in the same spot, especially with these numbers that came from the great folks at PFT who thought it was a good idea to honor my information request. So if we know we're not talking about prohibitive amounts of money, why can you not do that?
Do you want me to answer, Mr. President?
Yes.
The floor is yours, sir.
In the near term, it would not be a financially appropriate investment to invest in a renovation of the school.
And what
Even-
are the factors that go into that decision?
It's kind of like when you total loss a car. When it costs more to repair it than it does to replace it, the better option at Paul Robeson is to replace the building. So to replace the building, you'd have to move children or young people anyway. So even if we were going to build a new school, which I think has strong merits there, we would
I think
need
that
to-
could work. I think a temporary move could work.
we would need to move students for a period of time. And so when we move them, I think the other part of what you've asked me before is, why not just co-locate the two schools separately versus merge them together, if I understood it correctly? And the reason is, we've got to get a slightly larger high school size to be able to push more of our limited resources in to improve the academic performance.
Thank you. Very quick, in closing, I want you all to think about how my community views this, which is the continuation of the displacement of Black people in University City, from University City. And I want to know if you're okay with that being your legacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Nicholas O'Rourke, Jim Harrod, and Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Testing 1, 2. There we go. Good afternoon to you, President Streeter, Dr. Watlington. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. I shared at Lankenau yesterday morning with a few of my colleagues who invited me to come up that I am not a district member and don't have the tight focus that my colleagues who do serve a particular district in the city have, but as an at-large member of this body, I have the great honor of representing the entirety of the city. And I've been invited by families and students to visit some other schools as well. So I want to lift up two schools in particular, Southwark Elementary in member Squilla's district, as well as Moffett Elementary in member Lozada's district. Last week I was invited to view the conditions at Southwark Elementary, and I want to talk just for a minute about the emergency that's happening there. There are a total of just 3 toilets for 600 children to use on 2 entire floors of the school, the floors that house pre-K through 5th grade. It's not appropriate to force 5-year-olds with their little legs to travel long distances through a school building where they regularly have to take flights of stairs just to attempt to find an open or working bathroom in the basement, which they are then forced to share with 8th graders. In some cases, they may not be able to go at all. And I heard mention yesterday morning of some folks having accidents on themselves as a result of having to wait to find something. If children regularly cannot use a toilet because the school does not have enough of them or because the plumbing repeatedly fails, it begs the question, at least in my mind, how can the district be proposing a facilities plan that would not give those students new bathrooms until at least 2033, and quite possibly not even then? It begs the question how we can have in front of us a facilities master plan that does not set clear standards to ensure that all children at all schools in all neighborhoods are given the basic facility standards children need to learn and to learn with dignity. I think about this and I wonder, you know, is there anywhere in the plan that one could point to that demonstrates that at the end of 10 years, every child will have enough bathrooms, real gyms, full playgrounds, cafeteria kitchens, add an HVAC system and ADA access? Do we know how many schools have major floors with almost no toilets or ratios like 1 toilet to 200 children in areas that house our youngest children? And the question I think here is, will the district actually commit to auditing and remedying gross deficiencies in bathroom access?
If Dr. Watlington's going to answer, but I think you bring up a really good example of why I believe there is a perceived or a real sense of urgency for the Board of Education to address these issues. Understanding that Southwark, the proposal that Dr. Watlington has brought as it relates to timing, I'm not going to get into that. But the longer that we wait, and again, this is not to say what's going to happen tomorrow or next week or what have you, but I'm hoping that we can use this as a safe space so we can understand the pressure points for both institutions. Without a supercharge of capital investment, the plan looks the way it looks because that's our confidence in getting the level of investment we would need at the time that we would need. Two, we're also trying to address the issue of chronic underachievement, which precludes all of our babies in different parts of the city from being able to access the careers that you and I have been able to access, and things like that. So for me, when I think of disparate impact, I'm not just thinking about disparate impact in the now council members. I'm thinking about disparate impact when they become adults. When a child cannot realize any future that they can desire because the school district of Philadelphia was unwilling to make tough decisions to reallocate resources, so those children who may be in schools that they didn't agree to be in the beginning can still look back and say, I had the ability to be a lawyer, a bartender, a doctor, a welder, and things like that. And what I can tell you as the board president, sitting here for 5 years for as the board president, if we continue operating the district the way we do, with small schools, if we continue operating the district the way we do, without reimagining our grade bands, access to more pre-K, we're going to have another problem in this city. Children who can't afford to live anywhere, who's going to be told what to do and make the political decisions that I believe some of our students have made, some of us in Philadelphia have made around national elections and things like that. So it's really about student achievement for us. And if the plan wasn't responsive to the resolution the board passed last year, where that was the guiding post, I'll be the first one saying, Dr. Watlington, we got to start over from square one. But I do think that there's enough meat in the plan, understand there's more work to be done, that we can change. I'm telling y'all, we can fundamentally change the lives of our children in Philadelphia. And I think the mayor hit it on the head. I think there's enough stars in alignment in different spaces, including this room that has agreed to up our funding in historic amounts to really do that. So I do believe, though, in order to do that, there's going to be pressure and there's going to be pain, and you all have agreed to that. Yes, we know there has to be closures, but it has to make sense. But what I can say is that I wanted to put that kind of understanding of why we're even considering these things. So I hate the fact that there's children who don't have bathrooms that operate in their facility. I have children in the district. It kills me that this happens. I hate the fact that we may have to tell some individuals their school might have to close. But what I would hate even more is that when I'm in the home for bewildered lawyers, retired, in my 80s, that I can't say that we didn't do something to ensure that these children can learn how to fish. That's what I'm saying. And we have 85 schools that are unsatisfactory right now. Pipes bursting during the winter, can't have air conditioning. We have to do something about this, and I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday. If we don't do something about it, somebody's going to do it to us, whether it's facility right-sizing or whether it's also the budget. And we know what has happened to us before, where we lost local control. That is a real concern for the Board of Education. So I didn't say this to rebut anything that anyone said, Council President, but I wanted to share that so we can all understand our pain points, so as we can understand where we're going.
Mr. President Streeter, if you don't mind, I don't mean to interrupt your flow. I do resonate with what you're sharing, but I did want to get the question, as I asked it on the record.
Will be answered.
Will the district commit to? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I apologize if I didn't mean that. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Councilmember O'Rourke. One, specific to Southwark, Council President wants us to get right away into this. Specific to Southwark, we are aware of the below-ground plumbing issues. We're aware of the school design. I'm personally knowledgeable of that, and we're working closely with folks to do two things. In the capital budget, to look at how we can expedite some improvements there sooner than planned. Southwark is represented in the facilities master plan to get attention in 2030, 132, I believe, at present. we're looking with the capital budget how we can expedite, because there are some significant plumbing issues there. Let me just also share with you.
Thank you.
Council.
Can I get a point of information real quick as you answer that question?
Yes, sir.
Just give me for the record, how many plumbers do we have working for the school district of Philadelphia?
I don't want to tell you the wrong number.
I know
Colonel
unions do
Hill
a lot of work with the district, and so I want to get an idea of the plumbing and engineering staff.
I'll ask Colonel Hill to come to the dais. While he's coming, Councilmember O'Rourke, in this Accelerate Opportunity Facilities Master Plan, it calls for 60 complete bathroom renovations and 56 ADA improvements across the district. Colonel?
Oz Hill, Deputy Superintendent for Operations, School District of Philadelphia. Currently, we are authorized approximately 22 FTE plumbing positions, and at this time we have 8 plumbing positions. We have over 2,000 restrooms throughout the school district of Philadelphia.
So what is our plan to upgrade, increase the level of hiring of plumbers? That's like the most basic need. We're not even talking about anything else in the school that like the bells and the whistles, just the ability. I hear it in this building. Women say, well, half of it, they want bathrooms in their own offices because they don't want to deal with some. That's a different conversation. My point is, it's the most basic. I'm not even gonna call it an amenity. It's just the basic right of a kid to get a chance to go to a bathroom that's clean and decent. And if you say we have, and I'm not saying it for the claps either, I'm just having a basic conversation. If you're saying we're authorized for 22, and we only have 8, and we have a situation where I'm sure this is not the only school. This is probably the one school that's organized, that has the ability to come here and advocate, but I'm sure it's other issues. I just want to know, what is the plan to increase at a bare bones minimum to 22 staff, full staff for plumbers? It's just a general question based upon a point of information.
Yes, sir. We recognize that having access to functioning restroom facilities are a human function, a human right that everyone should have. No question about that, and it is a priority for us, sir. To mitigate the shortfall that we have in fully staffed positions, we have general service contractors that we use to offset that challenge. Additionally, as we talk about Southwark in particular, we are working with the building committee to address those challenges. We are looking at deploying and employing mobile restrooms that are fully equipped and making sure that access to those restrooms are enclosed within the school structure. We are working also to address the linear infrastructure associated with the underground piping to support higher volume. So all of those things are working, sir.
And this is based upon because some of the schools are old and so forth, and that's the capital investment that's needed to do the bathrooms over?
Mr. President, the bigger issue, though, is that the volume of old schools, old plumbing systems, simply exceeds our resources. Let me give you an example. The only time typically that I have available for quiet time is about 5:15 when I get up to go to the gym. From 5:15 to 6:30 is my only quiet time, except when Colonel Oz Hill is calling me, or Chief of Staff Sarah Galbally is calling me to tell me we've got to close school A, B, or C today because the plumbing broke overnight, because the HVAC systems malfunctioned overnight, because the heat is no longer working. It was working when the team checked it before everybody went to sleep, but about 3 in the morning, these old systems just caved in on us. So even if we give our 100% very best, we have to address there are not adequate resources, and 35% of our schools are sitting vacant, and we're not using our resources efficiently in Philadelphia, as well as we can.
Understood, sir. Member Nicholas O'Rourke is going to be wrapping up his questioning, and then Harity, Bass, Dr. Nina Ahmed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And President Streeter, please know, respect you deeply. I just have a lot amount of time, and I wanted to get my questions in. I didn't mean to cut up your flow. But respect both of you, Dr. Watlington as well, Dr. Streeter, your work and your contributions to the city. Moffett Elementary was another school that invited me to join their community earlier in this planning process. Based on your most recent announcement, and thanks to their advocacy and CM Lozada's leadership in her district, I'm grateful to hear that Moffett will be kept in elementary school, not transition into a middle school. But your original plan allocated $8.1 million to modernize Moffett as a middle school. Will this $8.1 million still be allotted to the Moffett Elementary School for the needed updates, the bathrooms, electrical panel, lighting, et cetera? And if so, what is the timeline? Will it follow the projected timeline as stated in the original plan? And after the district's original plan was announced, only 15 families accepted enrollment out of 86 families that had applied. The original plan damaged the school's enrollment, leading to less money per student and ultimately slashing their budget for the coming year. Can you speak to how the district will remedy that particular challenge? And those are my questions. Thank you for the time.
Councilmember O'Rourke, in the interest of time, I'll just say, as we've moved to transition Moffett Elementary to a K-4 school and to, with middle grades, proposed to attend Ludlow, it requires to make some investments. I believe we've modified that to make the investments at Hackett in a multiple move kind of change there, if you will. This will allow us to grow the school through 8th grade, which I think is aligned with what we understand a lot of feedback to be. So we're trying to be responsive as best we can to some, if not all, of the community requests.
Thank you very much, sir. Councilmember Jim Harity, then Member Bass, then Dr. Nina Ahmed, Rulandow. I'm just going to ask, as a part of your statement, for the responses to be just direct, summarize and direct as quickly as possible, and then I'm saying to the member, you can just be direct, but also, I know, add your level of commentary, but also just being direct, so I can get everybody into this round.
I got you. Good morning. Being direct, all right. I was actually glad that the mayor brought up the counties this morning. We can't.
Member Harity, with that big voice you have, speaking to that microphone.
Yes, sir. Here we go. All right. Is that better?
Yes, sir, Member Harity.
Yeah. I feel like a DJ now.
There you go, sir.
All right, listen. So our mayor, and
no cursing, Member Harity.
No. Come on. It's been a while, man. It's been a while, and I'm in a pretty.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, though. You're right, because I am a little upset. So our mayor brought up the counties, and I get it. We don't have the tax base that some of our counties have, and, we don't tax the real estate as high. We also don't have real estate that's, like they do. But $23,000 a year per student. That's the average in Delco, Bucks, Montco, and Chester County pays to educate their children. 90% Montco, Delco 90%, Bucks 94%. That's their graduation rates. Philadelphia, remind me, what do we pay about per student to educate our kids? What's the number?
I'm going to ask Chief Herbson to come in so we can fact check that.
Yeah, I don't need a long number. It's about $9,000 to $11,000 per student. Doesn't take much to figure out the difference in education between $23,000 per student and $11,000 per student on the high end. I've said it numerous times, if our kids got the same as the county kids, they would shock you because they have a reason to work for it. But what I'm saying is, I get it. I get that you guys are doing something, and I get that not all of you have been here when this catastrophe started. Today's Earth Day, right? Happy Earth Day, everybody, right? Happy Earth Day. So, I'd like to shout out all our little environmentalists over at Lankenau, and just, yeah, that's right, 100% graduation rate at Lankenau. But yesterday, I kind of tried to give you guys a little bit of a distinction between the difference between an environmental school and a farming and agricultural school. The distinction between environmental schools and agricultural schools lies primarily in the focus of curriculum and objectives. Here is that breakdown. Environmental schools focus. Environmental schools concentrate on study of ecosystems, conservation, sustainability, and the impact of human activity on the environment. They aim to cultivate awareness, the action regarding environmental issues. Agricultural schools focus. Agricultural schools emphasize the science and practice of farming and food production. The curriculum addresses the techniques and technologies used in agriculture, livestock management, and food systems, right? Key differences, core subjects. Environmental schools focus on ecology and conservation, while agricultural schools focus on farming practices and food production. Clearly, two different categories, two different kinds of teaching, two different kinds of curriculum, with definitely two different outcomes for each. I've said it yesterday, sometimes the environmental schools and the agricultural schools are on different sides of an issue. They study different things. So thinking that bringing them over to Saul because it's an environmental, an agricultural school is going to be close or the same as where they're coming from an environment. No, they're able to concentrate on the environment. When they go to Saul, they're going to have to compete with a program that's already established that is actually studying kind of way different stuff. How are these kids supposed to, I just want to know, how do you plan on not ending up phasing out Lankenau once they get to Saul? Because we all know that, you know, the precedent of the school is going to take place. Like you said, the principals have some leniency, but how can we say that one school that deals with something completely different than another school are interchangeable? Can you answer me that question?
Thank you, Councilmember Harity. The best way I'll answer that, and I mean this in all sincerity, sir, that just like Carver Engineering and Science can deliver a strong program, even though it's not located beside the Temple College of Engineering or a major scientific hub, Bodine High School can offer a very fine international relations curriculum, even though it's not located adjacent to City Hall or the United Nations. Lankenau High School can offer a very fine program being merged onto the Saul campus. I don't think it's dependent upon being in that one location. And quite sincerely, I want to note that Lankenau students would still, under this plan, have access to do field trips and other simulations and things on that campus. because, and
It's
it would
not
allow
the
us to get our
same
class
be
size
able to
up.
go to that
Yes, yes, sir.
campus and turn around and learn. You have the environment, the school, it's just perfect there. I just don't get this. Interchange, we got a school that is 100% graduation rate. How many schools in the city of Philadelphia have 100% graduation rate? And I'll end with that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, sir.
How many schools?
Certainly not the lion's share, and we need to do more work to get all schools. I will say that there's some room to make some significant improvement at Lankenau on the academic piece.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Councilmember Cindy Bass, then Dr. Nina Ahmad, and Amina Ahmed. Get my public school education right. It's Dr. Nina Ahmed, for everybody that calls her Ahmad. It's Ahmed. Go ahead, Member Bass.
Thank you, Mr.
And just for
President.
the record, there's 4 members of my leadership team. I think oftentimes people mention Majority Leader Kathleen Gilmore Richardson, the Majority Leader Isaiah Thomas. There's also Deputy Whip over there, Cindy Bass. Just want to say it for the record.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Yeah, I don't trip on titles, but I appreciate the recognition, but thank you.
Sure.
There you go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I just wanted to make a statement. I'm going to put my questions out there, and if you could respond. Because there's a lot going on here. And let me start by saying that there's not one person on this floor who's a member of City Council that is not a strong supporter of Philadelphia Public Schools.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure we make that plain and that we have that as the lead off for this conversation, because it's often pitted as if you don't do what we say do, then you don't support this, that, or the other thing. And nothing could be further from the truth. There's not one person on this floor that has taken a single vote against any level of funding for the school district of Philadelphia. Every member here has in one way or another supported funding, not just said that they support, but put that support into action by taking a vote or taking some sort of action to show that support by providing funding for the school district of Philadelphia. So there should be absolutely no question that this body is in full support of public education, and we have the receipts to prove it. So as we have this debate, it's important to recognize the history over the last few years. And as the mayor stated earlier in her comments, we have always risen to the occasion, without question. And we have always met the moment, and we have always also had some of the exact same concerns while meeting that moment. And so it feels disingenuous that, we have these conversations and we almost never get the answers that we're asking. And those questions, year after year after year, are almost always the same. The concerns are the same. That council is not included in the decision-making, and yet we bear the brunt of the blame for what happens with schools in the city of Philadelphia. We are not, I want to just make sure everybody knows, we are not included. We have not been included in these decisions that affect each and every one of us. The community has not felt included. Beyond not including council, more importantly, the parents, the community members, and the students. I went out to Parkway Northwest, and one of the things that the young folks said is, why are they not listening to us? Why do they not hear what we have to say? Do they not care? The other thing that we talk about year after year after year and still never get a real explanation is around the allocation of scarce resources. It's always questionable. We just never have a clear understanding as to how resources and decision-making is happening in a school district. And yet, as I said, year after year, we support. We always come through. And we want to come through. And at the same time, it almost feels like, you know, we can't keep doing the same thing. It's the definition of insanity, of doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result. And as usual, we're here asking the same questions with limited to no answers. As usual, we're asking questions, we're not really getting responses that make sense or that compute. As usual, we're hearing about fiscal cliffs and the deficits that are coming. As usual, there is a defense regarding the lack of input and disguising what you all will call so-called engagement as real input in decision-making. And as usual, you know, we talk about, you know, things that don't make sense, laying off up to 3,000 or 300, but we need 2,000. You know, these are the kinds of confusing conversations that really lead to a lack of support and a lack of confidence, I would say, by the general public in the district. So my questions are as follows. Why have we not considered other options besides closing? That would include transporting students at overpopulated schools to schools that are far under capacity. Say it again. Why have we not revisited the changes to the special admit policy that was done by the district that led to these changes? Why should we think we'll get these school modernizations? It reminds me of soda tax. And we took those hard votes, because again, we take hard votes down here. And we expect folks to be able to come through on what they promise. We voted for the soda tax, saying that it was going to fund new rec centers, new libraries, new parks, new playgrounds. And the evidence of that is just completely underwhelming to most citizens in the city of Philadelphia. They don't feel it, they don't see it, and they don't believe it. Dr. Wadlington, you said that dropping out of school was a life or death decision. This is a statistic that you said, you quoted. You said that if you drop out, you don't have the same life expectancy as those who graduate. Now, if we know that closures lead to some young people will drop out because they're not going, like Councilman Jones said earlier, University City to Overbrook, some kids are going to be like, you know what, I'm just not going. Like, I'm not going through all that. I'm not going to get beat up. I'm not going to get, even worse, something happening to me. And they'll just say, you know what, I'm just not going. And they will drop out. So what I haven't heard in the conversation is knowing what we know. How are you as a district going to capture that population of students and protect them? How are we going to make sure that they don't drop out? How are we going to protect them? How are we going to reach out and keep them in the fold? And finally, I want to say that there are too many closures west of Broad Street. If you take a map of the city of Philadelphia and you draw a line straight down the middle along Broad Street, most of the closures that have happened, whether it was 10 years ago, 12 years ago, or now, more than the fair share of those schools are on the west side of Broad Street. And that's based on population shifts, and we understand that. But what happens when those neighborhoods rebound and population, which, you know, trends go all kinds of ways, right? So when those neighborhoods come back around with much more robust population, what happens then? When we put, you know, apartment units in those neighborhoods, in these old buildings that we've now converted to apartment units, where are those kids going to go to school? They're going to go all the way over to the east side of Broad Street too? The fact of the matter is, one half of the city will have a whole lot more educational options than the other half. There's no getting around that. And I don't believe you intended it this way, but I believe it's irresponsible planning for our city. In many areas, schools are the only evidence of tax dollars being reinvested and working in our communities, and we just can't take that away. And so there's a lot going on. Philadelphians, under this proposal, will pay more. Undoubtedly, they'll pay more in some ways, and they'll get less in other ways. There's a lot happening with the closure of schools, the relocation of students by the thousand as proposed, the questionable renovation and remodeling of schools, taxes on deliveries, taxes on ride shares, jobs being preserved, vacancies in the mix, and somehow parking tickets and SEPTA rides are also being the responsibility of the school district. So
Member
I'm
Bass,
asking you.
want to ask that question?
I'm sorry?
You want to ask him the question?
Make it all make sense. Make it all make sense. And one last question, one question. Pickett School investment. You had told me in January or February, Dr. Wadlington, that there was going to be a $12 million investment in the Pickett pool. Is that still on the table? And also the Marcus Foster pool. We've been asking for years and haven't gotten a response.
Well, them pools being done in the third, Member Bass.
Since Council President not going to give me a lot of time to answer this, I'm going to be really quick.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to ask Colonel Hill if he'll come back to the dais to speak to the pools at Pickett and the other pool you referenced. The other three questions I'll answer as succinctly as I can. Number one, relative to dropouts, yes, dropping out of school is a life or death issue. And we're going to continue the work that we're doing in the school district right now, that in a city, in a school district that typically has about 4,000 young people who drop out between grades 7 through 12 every year, we're going to continue the work that we're doing right now that has resulted in a reduction of about 2,237 or so dropouts. We're going to keep our foot on the gas in that regard. Number two, relative to the question about engagement and are we listening to Philadelphians, relative to the problem of we have a 65% building utilization rate across the city, which means that 35% of our footprint is sitting vacant or unused. We're very sensitive to any recommendations to around closure. At the same time, when I've said on the record, even here, if we don't want us to make this recommendation to close school X in District A, B, or C, when folks on council say, well, take that off, I've said, please tell me which schools to put on if we take another school off, because the only way we can address that 35% non-utilization rate is we've got to do some right sizing somewhere. And I don't say that in any way to be...
I agree with you. I think you do have to do some right sizing. But the right sizing isn't in closing schools. The right sizing is moving students from schools that are over capacity to schools that are under capacity. This is simple. This doesn't have to be a closure conversation.
I think we've heard a huge theme across Philadelphia, and I learned that lesson the hard way when we made a decision when one of the high schools closed, and to move those high school students, I believe it was Building 21, to Strawberry Mansion, and I faced a firestorm of parents on that Saturday morning and said, we're not doing that, and it's okay. But we're also sensitive to this notion about city of neighborhoods and kids having a crossover. I'm not so sure we want to go down the path of saying, okay, we're going to transfer kids from this neighborhood to other places where there's space. I think that could present some challenges as well. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think it presents some challenges.
There's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. But right sizing is more than just closing schools. That's not the only way to right size. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Member Bass.
I didn't answer her last question, but I'll pause.
Sure. Answer your last question,
You
please.
asked me, you said there are too many
Just real
schools.
quick, point of information, Member Harity, brief point of information, please.
Brief. how about we just change the rules and allow the kids? That was one of the biggest complaints we got, is that the rules were changed, change them back, right? The rules were changed so that the kids now don't qualify to get into certain schools. Change the rules back, and there's your problem. The kids will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Ahmed and Councilman Ru Landau.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. Thank you for being here and sometimes facing our wrath because we all care about the same thing, about our children succeeding. And to the mayor's point, she talked about us all working together. We have felt sandbagged because we got the decisions just before a vote being taken. So those are where some of our frustration is coming from. But I wanted to just piggyback on what Councilmember Harity was talking about, celebrating Earth Day today and really asking the question, do you value environmental science education, number one, right? And if you do that, then this smushing together of these two schools, which Councilmember Harity outlined to you how different they are, it compresses these different competencies, different learning environments. It is not sound educational planning, and merging this does not preserve Lankanaw. It would erase what makes Lankanaw distinct. And we've gone over this all yesterday. So I wanted to ask you, you talk about making it an environmental center, bringing everybody there. Why can't you do that now with Lankanaw still being there? Because you keep talking about they're not using their space. So either you help them bring back enrollment, right? You can do that and give them a 5-year reprieve to build back enrollment and operate under a serious turnaround and recruitment plan. 2, permit multiple sections of 33 students and establish a clear enrollment target, and then use Tier 1 and Tier 2 criteria to create desirability and stop losing interested families to charter, private, or parochial. We have a solution. Why are we not considering these solutions? Co-locate, do this, but you are like, nope, we're gonna shut it. First it was merge with Roxborough. Didn't know what that meant. Then quickly within a month you pivoted. So there's very little thought that went into it to shut down a whole program. In 1 month, you pivoted from one to another. Second, you're talking about doing an environment. That's now a third option, environmental center. First, you're going to sell the land. Then you found out you couldn't sell the land. Now you're like, okay, we'll make an environmental center. We already have an environmental center that has told us that not enough school district schools use it. So we could immediately solve that problem and make sure we have a relationship with the Schuylkill Center for Environmental Education and send our schools, children there and preserve Lankanaw. Every which way we look at it, there are routes to preserve Lankanaw because it is unique. There's one environmental science magnet school in Philadelphia, one of 2 in the entire state. Why would you want to disrupt that when we're giving you options, giving you solutions? I really want an answer to that.
Good afternoon. Yes, certainly happy to answer the question, Councilmember Ahmad. Yes. Do I value environmental science education? Absolutely, without fear of contradiction, yes, I do. As a trained historian and a non-scientist like yourself, I value environmental science education. I've been out to Lankanaw on more than one occasion and commend the staff and students for some very fine work occurring there. To that point, I've seen some stream work out in one of the rivers, and so I think it's really important, hands-on education. I also am trying to, thank you so much, I'm trying to address the real crisis, and I'm not just gonna say a problem, I'm gonna say a crisis. We have a crisis in this city, in the school district, with 60,000 excess seats. And when we say, okay, we're going to recommend to close this school to make up the gap, to reduce those excess seats, if folks say, well, no, that's not the right one, and we say, okay, tell us what we ought to replace it with, I'm not getting that kind of feedback. Number two, I think that, as we said earlier, environmental science education can continue, and I do not believe that being located in that one building is a deal breaker. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that's my,
I will
how I see
answer
the
that
world.
now, yes. Thank
And
you.
I'm not a trained scientist.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I will refute you on this point of saying that you can do Lankenau curriculum in Saul. You cannot, because of the way Saul is constructed. You have, first of all, you have Henry Avenue going through it, bisecting it, and then you have this built environment and animal husbandry going on. All of it doesn't allow yourself for children. This is what they're doing now. They can study migratory birds, participate in seed saving, seed collection, learn forestry, hydrology, conduct wildlife indexing, engage in sustainable crop production. In this environment, you cannot do it there because it is not set up for that. You'll have to disrupt it completely and bring it back to its original form before anything was built. That is, you do not have the resources to do that, you cannot do it. We gave you a solution. We said to you, increase enrollment, and these are the steps to do it. You are not answering that. I said you can co-locate resources and have children still come from other places. I said use SCEE more effectively. We are giving you solutions, and you seem to just gloss over them because this particular school you seem to have an issue with, and I'm not understanding it. Tell us what it is that is stopping you from saying, we will look at these options, we will look at solutions, we will think about how to address this because of the unique nature. I'm not saying, it is one of 20 and you're just shutting one down. You are not. It is the unique setting. This is the only place in your district that does GIS training. Only place in the state that does GIS training in high school. You're going to take that away? So please, answer why you will not listen to our solutions.
Would you like to briefly respond, sir?
Very briefly, I love Lankenau. Number two, a few years ago, we met with all the criteria-based school principals. We received their feedback, and we worked with them and brought in an external review of our school selection process. And we said we're going to do this. We're going to continue with the school selection process, and we are going to invite principals to be a part of decision-making. Principals were a part of that decision-making, including the Lankenau principal. They were able to review their criteria. And I want to say on the record, Mr. President, in the school district of Philadelphia, a number of the schools that are either criteria-based schools or citywide admit schools are not experiencing enrollment declines year over year, singularly because of the school selection process. I want to be clear and on the record, I've reviewed the data and I strongly dispute this assertion that somehow a lottery, even with all its shortcomings, is the culprit for why we have declining enrollments in some of the criteria-based schools. I think it is patently false, and I'm happy to have more conversation about that. And I think schools have to be very careful about that. I've always thought that if I'm leading a school, we're in a competitive market. District schools have to compete and not just cry about charter schools. Criteria-based schools have to compete. They have to make the case. They have to market themselves. And parents vote with their feet, and I fully respect that. So I do think we have to keep that in mind just as well. President Streeter, were you going to ask that, sir?
Thank you, Council President. I will follow up with the detailed letter, also refuting what you just said. I just don't want to use up the time. But I will send it to you, to the board, as I have been sending, even more details with even more specific examples and actual data, because for you not to consider doing this means you do not value environmental education, and you're willing to make our children suffer and not be part of the global conversation that the mayor just told us that we need to compete. I'll just tell you, that is what I'm hearing from you.
Thank you. Chair, recognize Councilman Rulandau, then we have to take a short break for our stenographer, but we're going to work right through this. Councilman Rulandau,
Thank you, Council President. I hear it. Thank you so much for being here again. I'm going to try to go pretty quickly, but I want to just start with the follow-up of how the school selection process changes that happened before you got here. We don't do a very good job of looking at what the unintended consequences will be to our actions, which is why we're so concerned here. The new lottery took place in 2021, and that was the first centralized lottery. And at the time, it was glaringly apparent that we didn't have algebra in all middle schools in order to enable the kids to get to Masterman and also to succeed in the high schools. But still now, we don't have algebra in all the schools that we need. So we're not fixing the problems. Also we're not fixing the problems that we need in order to make sure that all children have their success. The second thing to say, I think it's a little hard to imagine that you're saying that the school selection process didn't pull kids from their local schools to other schools, which is causing some of the disenrollment. It just did. We have to look at the consequences of our actions, and it's incredibly important as we're dealing with deferred maintenance now from years past. I want to go back to South Wark Elementary that I was at the other day as well. We have some wonderful South Wark parents and students here today. The descriptions of the bathroom issues were so outrageous, but I'm going to focus on one piece that we didn't get to yet. Many of the problems with the bathrooms were also just about locks on the doors or doors taken off of the bathroom. How hard can it be to change and to fix a lock in a bathroom that you've got that plan for 2032? Please tell me that.
Totally agree with you. When a lock needs to be changed, we ought to get to it no matter what the other circumstances are. That ought to be done pretty quickly. I agree with you.
But you know that. I'm sorry, we sit here, I tell you every single time we're working with facts and trust, and everybody comes in here and says, trust us, trust us. There is no question here. South Wark has been organized, they've been advocating for this. This isn't new information that you're finding out today. These are simple fixes that can happen, and they need to, the entire process needs to be looked at to see where the problems are, including, you said you have 22 plumbing positions available and only 8 that are filled. Maybe we could take an opportunity now on the record to talk about what other skilled trades you have, what positions you have available, and maybe we could talk to some of our labor union friends and see if they want to fill the jobs.
There is some funding in the upcoming capital improvement plan to get after some of that, quicker rather than later, but not all of it. Colonel?
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. We have applied for a school improvement grant. I believe the number is approximately $1.8 million. The work in terms of addressing South Wark restroom needs will begin immediately. Again, we're working with the school community. We are not asking folks or students, our young students, to suffer through not having access to the restroom. Measures are being taken right now to relieve the tension and the frustration and unacceptable conditions regarding restrooms at South Wark. That will happen, and it will be done by the beginning. You will see the results of it going into the next school year, not in 2032.
Thank you. This is one of so many other schools, though, so we would like updates on others. Also, could you please submit to the chair the skilled positions you have in the maintenance department, what's filled and what are vacancies? And I want to get to one other issue, which is, again, kind of functions of the world that are causing a lower enrollment in which schools are being affected. So we know that ICE has been out in Philadelphia doing their violent tactics and spreading fear and terrorizing communities. Because of that, there are many families where students are scared to go to school. We know that this is causing decreased participation in the schools right now, not enrollment necessarily, but the kids aren't going to class. And I'm not going to name the schools that have come to me because I don't want anything to happen to them, but there are at least 3 schools that I know about where children are not going to school, and because of that, they are being told that they are going to have a decrease in teachers and support staff going forward. We all know with our organizing here in Philadelphia and what's happening around the country, we will get past this. We will get ICE to stop terrorizing our communities. How many schools are being harmed with a decrease in teachers and support staff right now based on ICE activity, keeping enrollment, keeping student participation down?
Really quickly, I want to answer 2 questions. Your last question I didn't get to. Since the lottery has come up multiple times, I do want council to know, Mr. President, that 3.5 years ago, we wanted to instill confidence in Philadelphia that all the issues that parents and family members brought up about the lottery would get a full review. Because we wanted the best review possible, we didn't ask our internal research team to do it. We didn't even ask Penn or Temple to do it. We went out to the private marketplace and wanted to get a major auditing firm to come into the school district of Philadelphia, which rarely happens in school districts. We wanted folks like KPMG, Deloitte, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Accenture accepted the work, and every year subsequent to that first year, Accenture does a review of our lottery, an external review, to ask the question, is it doing what it's designed to do, and what are process improvements that need to occur? So we've made great progress in implementation of the lottery, and I won't go into it for purposes of time. Also, the decline that we're seeing in school enrollments, which have turned around in the past couple of years by 783 students, but the historic 10-year decline was driven historically has been driven by declining birth rates, the fact that over a 10-year period, more students left the district schools to go to charters. That seems to be balancing out and then reversing in some parts of the city. We didn't see a major impact of ICE in school communities last school year because we looked at the data month over month. This year, we're continuing to look at that as things in some places seem to be ratcheted up in terms of anxiety. If you would be kind enough to share with me offline any of those schools, I'll personally take a look at it and respond back to you in writing how we will review and support them if indeed that's an impact.
Thank you. I think you know I'm a huge fan of the public school system. I want to do everything I possibly can, as I know all the colleagues do, to make you guys thrive. But we got to look at the decisions we make now and what we see in the future. And I've now been around long enough that I've seen them. My son was a part of that first lottery class with, you didn't do it, the racist essay, and a variety of other things that got us to this place. There's no longer an essay. I just want you to know, they reversed that immediately. I'm gonna put one question on the record and send you a couple of others, but I wanted to know that you have a one-to-one device model which ensures all students can use Chromebooks at school and at home. Are we making good on this commitment? Is there a Chromebook available to every student? How much of the stock is nearing the end of its useful life, and do we have a plan and the funds to replace them?
Yes, we're committed to every student having a one-to-one Chromebook ratio, and we have a replacement plan. I can't remember the number of years, but we've been moving forward with the replenishment plan. I'll follow up with more details on the record.
Thank you very much.
Do one more before we break.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to talk about student SEPTA passes. As you know, I've been working on, I really want to expand these fare passes. They end at 8 o'clock at night. They are only working during when school is open. They don't work over the summer. They don't work on the weekends. Can you detail what students are currently eligible for SEPTA student fare cards? What's the structure used to pay for these cards? What would it cost to expand these cards to students who live within 1.5 miles of their school? ensuring they have access to all Philadelphia has to offer. And we know that grades are simply not enough to get our students into quality colleges, university, and other programs. What would it cost to expand the hours the cards can be used so we can ensure students always have transportation to work, study, attend events, go to internships, etc.?
President's permission, I'd like to ask our Chief Financial Officer, Mike Herbson, to speak to that. He routinely works with SEPTA and can provide the data, those numbers.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mike Herbstman, Chief Financial Officer for the district, for the record. So right now we've looked at the expansion. If we were going to include all students for weekends and for the summer, if we're just looking at district-operated schools, that expansion would cost approximately $79 million per year. If we also included charter students in that, that amount would raise to about $136 million. To the other parts, I would have to return in writing exactly what the current criteria is for which students currently receive it. Those students, I know are high school students, and I think down to 5th grade if they are part of a school that goes up to 8th grade. Was there another part to it as well?
If you're under age 12, you go for free. 12 or under, you go for free anyway. It's 1.5 miles from the school. It's from 5:30 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m., and it's only on the days the schools are available. So maybe you and I can work on some good concrete numbers of what it means to expand those hours at night or weekends and holidays.
Yes, and just to clarify, the numbers that I gave were just for the students that do not have the free passes, so it would be 5th through 12th grade students that are not currently eligible for the program.
So it's students who are not in the 1.5 miles?
Yes.
Okay, 79 million for students who are not in the 1.5 miles, but also to expand to weekends and summer?
Yes.
Okay, we'll tweak that a little.
Can I get one brief point of information? Member Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Just a brief point of information on this entire topic. I just wanted to make sure that myself and the public is very clear, Dr. Walton and Board President Streeter, if you mind just explaining what does modernization mean for most of these schools, and what does renovation? I just want further clarity on these classifications you're giving for school improvements. Is it just like bathroom improvement, wall improvements? Have you thought that through? Just on it.
Smart boards.
Yes, sir, Council Member Dr. Phillips. Modernization means different things in different schools. In some schools, it can mean things like replacing bathrooms. It can mean replacing HVAC systems, heating systems that are old or that are broken down, air conditioning systems. It could mean replacing boilers that are no longer firing or working appropriately. Some are electrical infrastructure, so that when they bring in air conditioning units to put in the windows, they plug them in, they actually work and don't shut off the electrical circuits. Some of it's painting, some of it's lighting. The lion's share of it is not building brand new, complete new schools. There are 2 or 3 in this plan. A lot of this is infrastructure that gets us to this outcome. It gets us to the point that we can reduce the number of buildings with unsatisfactory or poor ratings from 85 to 0. Not all of the schools would be Taj Mahal's brand new, but they would not be in poor or unsatisfactory ratings, and they would look cosmetically much better. Think about a Frankfurt High School, for example, where there was a $29 million refresh. It will give you one example. For the few new schools we build, which will not be most of them, think of T.M. Pierce, Cassidy, Amy at James Martin, et cetera. And you think about schools like, is it Forest that got a major renovation?
Yes, sir, Forest and Pollock.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, hopefully, if you could share out with that with the schools once you do that, because I don't want the expectation that they see themselves on the list, they're about to get this brand-new school, or I think that's just very important, also for communities to know, too. And hopefully you can work with them to talk about what that looks like, modernization, so they get the needs that they want as well.
Thank you very much, council. Hearing will be at ease until 2:45. Chair, last Councilman Squilla.
On the list there?
You on there?
All right.
Yes, sir.
Could I have one question?
Before we leave,
Yes. I know you want to go to lunch, but I appreciate.
I don't want to go to lunch. I want to make sure the stenographer gets a chance to get a break as
All
I
right,
request.
I'll wait till we come back.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.